With thumbs up. That's for real, it's not a test.
Yep.
Okay. Morena Tautau. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this virtual public meeting of the Southland District Licensing Committee. My name is Paul Duffy and I am the chairperson of the committee. Sitting with me today are Councillor John Douglas and Councillor George Harper, both committee members. We also have committee officers assisting today. They are Mrs. Erin Keeble, committee advisor, Bernadette Paisley, committee officer, and Crystal Howley, committee officer. We are here today to consider an application by Vital Enterprises Limited for an off licence at 284 Great North Road, Winton.
Yeah, sorry.
Given that this meeting is being held virtually, we've already attended to the health and safety briefing for those of us in chambers. These proceedings are formal, but when you have speaking rights, you may remain seated. We are being recorded, so there is an audio file available for any appeal and streamed to your YouTube. By remaining at this hearing, you are consenting to being recorded. We expect the normal courtesies of one person speaking at a time and no background conversations that may disrupt this hearing. All questions are directed through me as chairman and you address me as Mr. Chairman. If you have any technical difficulties or questions, then please raise your arm. Please turn your mobile devices to silent mode. All participants mute themselves while they're not presenting. On occasion, the committee may call a recess or short adjournment during the hearing in order to allow the committee or parties to consider matters that have arisen during the proceedings. The committee will have a 15-minute break at about 11 a.m. and will break for lunch from 2 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. and will adjourn at approximately 5 p.m. Just a reminder that pursuant to section 203, 5 and 6 of the Southland Supply of Alcohol Act 2012, the committee has directed that all reports, statements of evidence, exhibits and submissions produced to the committee relating to the financial affairs, trading information and personal information of Vital Enterprises Limited and its directors and shareholders, and personal information of the applicant's neighbours and or those people consulted with by the applicant are not to be published, inspected or disseminated, and the YouTube streaming will need to stop at that point. The committee has advised of no conflicts of interest. The committee hearing is inquisitorial, not adversarial. This means that the committee's task is to listen and inquire into whether or not this application should be granted, and if granted, on what conditions. The committee is allowed to receive any evidence that will assist it to reach its decision. This means that it might be evidence which will not be acceptable in a court of law. For example, hearsay evidence. All evidence must be relevant, or it will not help us in our task. If evidence is not direct, such as hearsay evidence, it is hard to test it. So we may give it less weight than the direct evidence of what someone has seen or heard or done or written themselves. The committee has received objections and briefs of evidence from some objectors who've chosen not to be at the hearing. If evidence is not able to be tested by cross-examination, the committee may give it less weight. This is not a trial. Nothing has to be proved beyond reasonable doubt, as in criminal cases. We decide on the balance of probabilities. What we think is more likely to be true and reliable than not, what lawyers call the civil standard of proof. I will now call for appearances from all parties, the applicant, agencies, and any objectors that are present. Please state your name, who you are representing, if you are not here to represent yourself, and whether you are here as an objector or here to assist. So first, Suzanne Rathood, the applicant. You available, Suzanne?
Apologies, sir. Just getting the speaker on. John Young, lawyer for the applicant. When with me, Mr.
Morning, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Amber Judd, the Licensing Authority Inspector.
Yes, Amber Judd, I'm here as the licensing inspector for this application, and I'm here to assist the committee today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Ms. Lynn Grace, on behalf of the Medical Officer of Health.
Yes, good morning. I'm here to assist, representing Medical Officer of Health. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant Hayden McNaught, on behalf of New Zealand Police.
Morning, Sergeant Hayden McNaught for the police. I'm here to assist.
Thank you. Councillor Darren Fraser for the Reti Community Board.
Good morning, Councillor Darren Fraser. I'm an objector and speaking on behalf of the Community Board, and later on I'll also have a personal submission.
Thank you. Dr. Grant Hewison for the Winton Medical Centre.
Yes, sir. Dr. Grant Hewison here today.
Thank you. Dr. Carolyn Stewart, who is a witness.
Sir, unfortunately, Carolyn Stewart is unavailable. Hopefully she'll be able to attend tomorrow. I'm still in discussions with her.
Thank you. John Willis for the Central Southland Presbyterian Parish Leadership. Are you there, Mr. Willis? Perhaps I might come back to that.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll come back to Mr. Willis. Sharon Goodman for the Winton Community, who is the Winton Community Support Worker Committee.
Yeah, Sharon Goodman here on behalf of the Winton Community Support Worker Committee.
Morning, thank you. Blair Howden for Winton Motorcycles.
Yeah, Blair Howden from Winton Motorcycles for an objector.
Morning. Stacey Elwood for Winton Apartments.
Good morning, Stacey Elwood here for Winton Apartments, and we are an objector.
Thank you. Belinda Fowler.
Yes, good morning. Belinda Fowler. I'm a witness for Winton Apartments.
Morning. Darren Fraser, in his role outside of the Reti Community Board.
Yeah, Darren Fraser, former youth worker with 20 years experience, and I'll be objecting as well.
And Jack Ruddenclaw is a witness in support of that.
Yep, Jack Ruddenclaw, good morning, witness of evidence.
Margaret Ruddenclaw.
Good morning, Margaret Ruddenclaw, witness of evidence. Thank you.
So back to John Willis. Okay.
Just ask them if they can try and talk to you.
John, if you're receiving this, are you able to signal in some way that you're linked up?
Yeah, it's all good.
John, can you speak? There's no sound.
Yes, I can speak now. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Chairman, but yes, I'm here for the Presbyterian Church, and I'm an objector.
Thank you. Oh, thank you all. So the process for today is summarised in the hearing procedure that was emailed to all parties. Written copies were also made available prior to the hearing. Before we commence, I would like to remind you all that the matters we are dealing with today are addressed in section 105 of the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act 2012, and those are the matters that we will be considering when we make our decision. Those matters are the object of the Act referred to in section 4, and in particular that the sale, supply and consumption of alcohol shall be undertaken safely and responsibly. Also that the harm caused by the excessive or inappropriate consumption of alcohol should be minimised. The suitability of the applicant, the local alcohol policy, the days and hours of operation, design and layout of the premises, sale of goods or services other than alcohol, amenity and good order, whether the applicant has appropriate systems, staff and training to comply with the law, any matters raised in reports from the inspector, police and medical officer of health. Are there any procedural matters that anyone wishes to raise? The applicant, first of all.
Thank you, sir. Sorry about that pause. I do have just two matters of procedure to raise, sir, so that I'm not ambushing anyone or raising issues later that people don't have fair opportunity to respond to. The first, and I'm sure it can be easily resolved in relation to the Ōreti Community Board. The objection was signed by someone other than Mr. Fraser and included a statement that they did not wish to be heard. Obviously, well, not obviously, I assume that's changed, and I would be seeking a resolution of that board confirming that they've changed their stance and have appointed Mr. Fraser to speak. That can come later. It doesn't have to come immediately, sir, if that's acceptable to the panel, that is. So I just wanted to signal that. The only other procedural issue I have is the committee directed that legal submissions be pre-filed. Sir, can you hear me properly?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, thank you, sorry. We have pre-filed legal submissions in a reasonably full opening to inform both the committee and the parties of our view of the relevant law and how it is to be applied and tested or understood. No other party has filed legal submissions, and so I'm interested to know whether, in particular, counsel for the Winton Medical Centre wishes to make legal submissions, and if so, I'm assuming he doesn't because he hasn't filed, but if he does, when I'm going to see those or when the committee might see those to ensure a fair hearing, because nothing's been filed.
Thank you for raising those matters. Any other procedural matters from any of the agencies?
Sir, Dr. Hewison here. Did you want to hear from me on that point raised by Mr. Young?
Well, yeah, I think it might be good if you perhaps gave an answer at this point now, yes.
Sir, in terms of the procedure for the hearing, my recollection, and I think the document's on page 5 of the hearings file, there was no mention of legal submissions as such, but there were, at point 3, the committee said it wished to hear opening statements from the applicant, inspector, police and medical officer of health, but it didn't mention whether it wanted to hear any opening statements from objectors. So perhaps Mr. Young could indicate where in the procedure for the hearing there's any mention of legal submissions, but certainly opening statements I thought was made clear in paragraph 3. If you wish, and you do have the benefit of, I suppose, my participation in the hearing, if you wish to have closing legal submissions from myself and my client, I'd be very happy to do that. I could probably do that orally at the close of the hearing rather than burden you with more paper, but I'm also happy to file something in paper if you wish to have that.
Thank you. We'll discuss that further. Are there any procedural matters from the objector's behalf?
Sir, Dr. Hewison again, it's perhaps more than a procedural matter. There is a question which has been raised by a number of objectors about the local alcohol policy, and particularly whether the consultation required under that policy has been carried out in accordance with the policy. I'm not sure if you wish to hear that soon, or whether you wish to just hear that as part of the evidence in the course of the hearing.
Well, do you see that as a procedural matter?
Well, the position of my client, sir, is if an applicant does not meet the requirements of the local alcohol policy, which is section 105, under section 105 of the Act, one of the matters you must have regard to, then simply on the basis of that, you can decide to refuse the license. You don't need to have evidence or any other information regarding all of the other criteria. In my view, if you do not find that there has been compliance with that local alcohol policy, then you can refuse a license on that basis.
Yeah, well, the question in my mind is whether that is treated as a procedural matter at the outset, or whether that is dealt with through the evidence and discussion that's presented later. I think at this point, the committee might adjourn to discuss those matters raised and come back very shortly.
Sir, can I just be quickly heard on those 2 points? And to be fair to my friend, I received an email from Ms. Paisley on the 16th of March with the hearing process and the date for briefs of evidence by the 25th of March and any submissions by the 31st of March. And then you'll recall, sir, you issued a further directions in terms of reply evidence in response to a request from counsel from the Winton Medical Centre about filing evidence after they had seen the applicant's evidence. So it was in fact my friend's inquiry that led to the reply evidence date, and submissions were part of that as well on that 31st of March date. So that's what I'm relying on, sir, in terms of the pre-filing of submissions. In terms of the LAP, first point, my friend's client doesn't raise the LAP in their objection. So it's not a ground of objection for the Winton Medical Centre, but more simply, my submission, sir, it's a matter of substance. It's a matter of evidence. Mr. Rathod will explain the consultation he undertook. I will make submissions to you about what the LAP says. It's not my submissions are a procedural issue. It is a merits issue.
Thank you. All the same, I think the committee will adjourn briefly and just consider these matters.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you for your patience. We have deliberated on those procedural matters raised. The first one in regard to the submission from the Reedy Community Board and Councillor Darren Fraser presenting that. We have actually received an email earlier from the chair of the community board who's stating that Councillor Fraser would speak on their behalf. We will be contacting the community board and requesting a resolution to that effect. On the second matter, to do with the legal submission not filed, we had requested by email that submissions be provided and there was no response to that from Dr. Hewison. That was followed up with a phone call and led also to those submissions not being provided, which was a choice obviously on their behalf. Where we sit now, we require those to be filed by email before 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. The other matter regarding the LAP, we see that as not being a procedural matter, and it will be addressed as a matter of substance during the course of the hearing. So we move now to the opening statements. So I'll call for the opening statements and invite. The opening statement tells the committee what the case is about, what each party believes the evidence will show, and the verdict they are asking for. We will start with the applicant. Thank you, Mr. Young. And Mr. Young's statement is on
page 218, sir.
218. Thank you, Mr. Young.
Thank you, sir. And I've set out fairly full opening legal submissions, but tried to focus in what I understood the key issues to be. And what I've attempted to do is identify two cases that I think will assist the panel greatly in assessing the evidence. I will make a preliminary point just based on something you have said, sir, and it's been a little bit of an evolution in the law and how you undertake your evaluation. And it mightn't be entirely helpful, but since the Venus decision in the High Court of Justice Heath, decision makers such as yourselves and the authority have moved away from any evidential thresholds, balance of probabilities or anything, to this broad evaluation approach. And I will find a more recent decision that helps you on that, sir, but that's the reality now for committees such as yourself, that you really just evaluate all of the evidence. No one's really required to prove anything. And as an example, if someone was to say people might drink alcohol in the car park, it's not for you on the balance of probabilities to assess whether that might happen. Rather, it's for you to assess whether that is a real risk. Can it be mitigated in terms of lighting, CCTV, for example? Can it be minimised? And if it occurs, is the impact minor or more than minor in terms of the amenity and good order? So you move back to those words rather than trying to convince you or trying to confirm within your own minds whether on the balance of probability something might happen. I suspect that balancing, sir, must creep into the way you all evaluate the evidence to some extent. But what I wanted to say is those evidential thresholds or notions of onus have certainly in the last 12 months, but even over the last 2 to 3 years, have been pushed out of this particular jurisdiction. And you'll all be familiar with resource consent, plan change hearings and so on. Very similar, where you've got that broad evaluation. I know the Supreme Court has said things like a void means a void, but you still, when you're dealing with resource management matters, are undertaking a broad evaluation. There's no evidential thresholds. You're weighing up and evaluating what you hear. But it started with the Venus decision, sir, and if you want to hear more on that, I can help you. I think probably you know how to go about your evaluation. It's just avoiding those evidential thresholds, sir. Now, in terms of my written submissions, which you'll have in front of you, I just record at 1.1, Mr. Rathod has applied for this licence, and as you'll know, he operates the Otara store and has operated it in an exemplary fashion. At 1.3, I refer to Ponder Holdings Limited, and that was a decision, sir, that concerned an on-licence below apartments in Browns Bay on the north shore of Auckland, and apartments concerned about noise. And in terms of both suitability and amenity and good order, the authority said, and it's the highlighted passage at 12, where there are no adverse comments by the reporting agencies, it is unlikely, and that's the emphasis, sir, it's unlikely that an objector will satisfy the authority that the amenity and good order of the locality would be likely to be increased by a more than minor extent by the effect of a refusal to renew the licence. Now that was a renewal case, but that principle has been upheld in new licence applications as well and is widely applied, sir. And so just to pause there too, the policy reason for that is because it is the inspector and the police who will have the best access to information about suitability, whether there's been any previous convictions, dishonesty offences or conduct or behaviour that would give rise to concerns about someone's character. And in terms of amenity and good order, particularly the police will have the best information about whether an area is what we might call a hotspot, or there's a nearby skate park where there's been issues where nuisance, disorder, vandalism, they can provide the best information about that. That's not to say that objectors can't make an important contribution on that topic. I'm not saying that for a minute, but the best information will usually come from those reporting agents. So, sir, I will skip through to 1.6 where I just identified Ponder Holdings as a key decision in my view. Then I'll take you to the Selby decision in Otaki. And then I'll take you to the Town Hall decision, which I think is very interesting in terms of the factual matrix. A town of just over 2,000 people with 3 existing off licences, 2 bottle stores and a supermarket, and some very interesting commentary about the kind of evidence that would give rise to what the authority and the High Court in Lion Liquor said a real risk of harm or impacts on amenity and good order. And in my submission, that particular decision is on all fours. Well, it has very similar factual matrix to what you're dealing with as a panel in this application. Now, very quickly, in terms of Mr. Rathod, he will speak to the application evidence. It's his view that Winton is a pleasant and agreeable town. He's enjoyed his interactions with people when he's been there. And he thinks it's similar, it feels to him similar in terms of the people in the community to Otatara. He is a competent operator. He runs a very good shop. And he takes his responsibility serious, he's diligent and he is honest. He doesn't believe his proposed premises will start a price war. In short, he considers his prices will be similar to those currently promoted by the other bottle stores. Certainly can't match the supermarkets, well known that that's where you'll get your cheapest beer and wine, but that alcohol is already at a price point that really can't go any lower. In fact, he's seeing it start to increase from some suppliers, and he can speak to that. His store, in terms of the frontage, and there is some talk about school children in the area and movement around this area, the shop is recessed back from the street and the livery is pretty low key. It's not a bright orange thirsty liquor, and I'm not saying necessarily there's an issue with that, but Mr. Rathod has deliberately kept the livery relatively low key, and having it recessed back also means it's relatively subtle in terms of its exterior exterior appearance, I should say, sir. And finally, I just say the application itself is comprehensive, very thorough application. Mr. Rathod, with his agent, has looked at deprivation, has looked at school uniforms, has prepared a comprehensive social responsibility implementation plan. And this is not an application that Mr. Rathod delegated out. He's been actively engaged in its preparation. He did the consultation. He drafted the first letter for consultation. And so he's proud of that effort. Turning to the law, as you've indicated in your opening remarks, sir, if objectors don't appear or don't produce evidence and be subject to cross-examination, I say little to no weight can be given to those objections. I guess the reality is here, you will hear from some members of the public who will ventilate issues, and that's appropriate. So the fact that some don't appear may not matter too much. It'll be what you hear from those that do, perhaps, is the more important point. In terms of the object of the Act, I've just referred to the birth care case. Are you familiar with that, sir, and members of the committee?
No, sorry, I didn't even hear the name of it.
Birth care, it's called.
Oh,
So
yes, sure.
Yeah, and so I often, it's the factual matrix there in terms of availability of alcohol to lactating mothers or their wider family was at issue. And there's considerable science, considerable reporting and academic literature around that issue. But what the court was very keen to make known, it was Justice Moore, Simon Moore, was that you're not here to eliminate that risk. He's not there to eliminate that risk. The Act doesn't require elimination, it requires minimisation. And in that case, it was his view that birth care, as a responsible licensee, had sufficient management techniques and operational requirements in place to minimise a risk. So it's very strong to say we're not here to eradicate harm. And what I would say to this committee on that, your task in my submission is not to look at harm in Winton or Southland more generally. Your task is to evaluate the prospective risk of harm from this store. Now, there is a community context that wraps around that, and there is matters like the number of existing premises that wrap around that. So they come into the context of that evaluation. But what this committee's task is to look at this application, what this applicant's proposing to do, and whether the prospective or potential risk of harm is minimised. Turning to my 3.3, that really picks up on the point there that you're not required to minimise harm more generally, and that's the Otaki case. So what it says, quoting the High Court in Lower Hutt, Liquor Mart and Shady Lady Lighting, and this is the indented passage from that quote, from that case, while the criteria for the issue of licences are not to be interpreted in any narrow or exhaustive sense, it would not be correct to take this to mean that the words "for the benefit of the community as a whole" are to be imported from Section 3 into the list of matters in Section 105. So what I suspect you'll hear evidence about what some people consider is best for the community as a whole. That's not a Section 105 matter. That's important to remember. The reason it's in the purpose of the Act is that the Act then provides for public submissions and hearings like this from a district licensing committee at a community level to enable the community to come and speak to Section 105. So in short, sir, the community doesn't have a veto. They don't have the opportunity through this process to just say no because they don't like it, or an element of the community doesn't have the right to just say no. Where they can say that, if they wish to, is when you're developing a local alcohol policy. And I'll come back to that about the difference between an application and a policy in terms of what I call the cascading elements of the Act. So I say in terms of the object of the Act at 3.4, and sir, I'm just looking at the member, I haven't got the names in front of me, but the member to my left, if there's any questions during this, I'm happy to take them we at any time. So feel free to ask me anything as I go through. So what I say at 3.4 is submitted that there is no probative evidence, and by probative I mean reliable or that which is not general, to suggest that Mr. Rathod will not sell alcohol safely and responsibly. And I'll add to that, nor that he is not, or his shop will not minimise the prospective risk of harm. Given your direction, sir, I won't go through 3.5. I thought counsel for the Winton Medical Centre may refer to a recent decision of the Court of Appeal on the Auckland local alcohol policy. And what that might mean, I just emphasise at this point, it's a decision on a policy, and maybe once I've seen his submissions, I'll see whether it's necessary for me to address you on that or not, because had I seen those submissions, I may have just taken this section out. But I would indicate, sir, you may well be aware of this, and your members, that Woolworths have sought leave to go to the Supreme Court on that decision as well. So the poor Auckland LAP remains mired in litigation and may well end up before the Supreme Court. So moving down to 3.7, what I do say is that those comments in that Court of Appeal decision are consistent with Lion Liquor. And I won't take you through the rest of those. So moving to amenity and good order, sir, at 3.8, what I say there is, in Mediana Selby and Kiwi Otaki Limited, the authority confirmed that generalised concerns of objectors are insufficient, particularly when there is no agency opposition. And I'll disclose I appeared for the applicant in this case, and the factual matrix there was Otaki split into two commercial areas. You've got the old town, and then you have what has traditionally been a large format or outlet retail strip near the motorway. But of particular relevance in Otaki was the local Māori, I can't recall the exact name of the area, had set up a tertiary education precinct that was just doing outstanding work in Otaki. It was alcohol free. They offered virtual courses right around the country and had a great on-campus presence as well. And Ms. Selby, Mediana Selby, she was the chair, I believe, of that particular wānanga, and gave some very compelling evidence about the great things that achieved in Otaki. So that was the matrix, high Māori population, which lent itself to a potential high vulnerability to harm. But what the authority said about that evidence is, in terms of proliferation, so in terms of another store, in terms of proliferation, as Mr. Young has rightly submitted, in Gisborne Liquor Mart, the authority said this, and this is the highlighted passage. In itself, proliferation is not a ground of objection without some discussion of the effects of the issue of the licence on amenity and good order, which is the section 105 criterion against which the application is being evaluated. So in layman's terms, it is not good enough to simply say another store means more harm, and therefore you should say no. That's just proliferation. That's just saying another store is inevitably bad. That's not enough. You have to come back to the amenity and good order criteria and say, what is going to happen? What do you say in opposition may occur? And what you'll see in the evidence, sir, is a constant theme that another store is just inevitably bad. And that's the end of it. But that's not even really the beginning of it. What is the fear? Where are the pinch points, parks, car parks, reserves, on licenses? Where are the risk hotspots? And how might this premise contribute to the risk around those? That's what you're normally looking for. And then in conclusion, the authority stated, in the absence, again, picking up this Ponder Holdings theme about the absence of reporting agency opposition, in the absence of unfavourable comments from the reporting agencies about the effects of the issue of the licence on the amenity and good order of the locality, and importantly here, of the locality as opposed to all of Otaki. So what's happening in that 1 kilometre radius around this premise? That's the locality, not Winton, not Southland. And in the absence of any evidence that might displace the absence of concerns by reporting agencies, the authority is not satisfied that this appeal ground has been made out. And then again, just to round that off, and I will talk about vulnerability and how that word is usually understood in an alcohol context, but the authority also said, and this is at 3.10, again, the highlighted passage, the benchmark for determining locality for assessing amenity and good order is that part of some place which will proximately be affected by the grant of the application. In the present case, that is not all of Otaki, simply by virtue of Otaki being a vulnerable town. Now, in terms of vulnerability, usual indicators of vulnerability will be deprivation index, which we have in this case, but we have a disconnect between some evidence that focuses on a unit around the bottle store, the proposed store, that has a deprivation index of 9, I think a population of 147 people, and the wider locality in Winton, which has a deprivation index and 7, but an average in Winton, it seems, of around 5 to 6. And I'll need to test that with the witness who's giving you of Māori or Pacifica generally seen to be in health data more vulnerable to alcohol-related harm. Another indicator can be a student or 18 to 25 demographic, such as Mount Victoria in Wellington, which was the cohort that was of particular concern to the High Court in the Lion Liquor case. So they're seen as vulnerable because they're younger, with a propensity to go out and have larger nights than people of an older age might. So that's normally what you think about in terms of vulnerability to the harm caused by alcohol. In this case, the vulnerability, as I understand it, is that there is an elderly cohort living nearby that should be able to safely move around Winton to undertake their day-to-day shopping, day-to-day activities, whatever they might be. And that elderly cohort could be more vulnerable to disorder or nuisance than others. And what I say to that, sir, is that might be true, and that should be. And Mr. Rathod has thought about that in terms of lighting and cameras and the surveillance around his store. But more importantly, there is no evidence in my submission that these concerns are occurring in respect of the existing bottle stores. The fear doesn't appear to be realised currently, even though there are 2 bottle stores operating, and the evidence of it in my submission is light or even non-existent, sir. So whilst it is appropriate to consider a potential risk, so it's something that might happen in the future, when you look back and you look at Winton, we're not seeing graffiti or that type of nuisance or disorder appearing or seeming to occur near bottle stores such that an older cohort feels unsafe doing their shopping. Certainly I don't see it in the evidence, and it's not Mr. Rathod's experience from his visits. Sorry, sir, I'm just having to open up my computer again. And so just in terms of that Selby decision and vulnerability, can I just refer you, and I won't read them, but take a note, paragraphs 112 to 115 of that decision give you a flavour for the vulnerability that was considered or evaluated by the authority in that case. I can email those decisions through to sir at the break if that helps. Now just checking, it just said on my screen that my internet connection was weak. Are you hearing me okay?
No, we're hearing you fine.
Great, thank you. So moving to 311, this is a Townell decision, and this is the one that I say to you is particularly interesting in terms of the questions that arise or the challenges to this application. So this was for a thirsty liquor in a town called Amberley in the Huranui district, and there was an LAP for that district as well. And there were concerns about school children moving through the area. There was a school nearby, there was a park nearby for sports activities, but also the usual concerns that because it was a thirsty liquor, it would be cheap and people would drink outside or break bottles on the streets or do those sort of things that people do fear. So similar themes in the objections to those that arise in this application. But what the authority said, again, relying on Lion Liquor, a leading decision, the authority again made it clear that generalised evidence will not establish a real risk of harm. The authority agrees with Townell that there can be no doubt that alcohol can cause harm, and probably does so in varying degrees within most communities in the country. And we don't shy away from that either. It's a statement of fact. It's a harmful product, and it will cause harm to varying degrees within communities in the country. But as Clark J put it in Lion Liquor, the Act looks to minimise harm. Where there is an evidential foundation enabling a link to be drawn between a real risk, not a speculative risk or a fear, just a fear, a real risk of alcohol-related harm and the grant or renewal of a licence, that harm must be minimised, not ignored or condoned. So we accept that. If there's a real risk of harm, you've got to minimise it, you have to mitigate it, you can't ignore it. But what they went on to say is, and this is Judge Kelly, the evidence is of periodic alcohol-related incidents and periodic incidents of nuisance and vandalism. But the evidence does not provide a foundation for concluding that there is a real risk that alcohol-related harm will result from the grant of the application and the issue of the licence. And what I say to this committee is, to the extent there is evidence of harm or amenity and good order impacts, it is of that ilk. It is of periodic incidents. Things occasionally happen. And it'd be better if they didn't, but that's the kind of level of harm that can occur in communities across the country to varying degrees, and is not that which might give rise to a real risk of harm of the sort the Act doesn't tolerate in relation to this application. And as I've already mentioned to you, the authority has confirmed that proliferation of itself isn't a ground for objection. Now, while I have you at this point, so I'm at 3.12, what the Townell decision addresses, which is of direct relevance to this application, is how do you go about assessing sensitive sites on amenity and good order when you have an LAP that already deals with that issue? So this is an interesting decision, and effectively what it says, if the LAP deals with sensitive sites, then that issue can't be grafted on to any other Section 105 criteria. It's been dealt with. And so this committee's evaluation or consideration of sensitive sites is caught up in the LAP criterion, and you have regard to what the LAP says about it. And that's the beginning and the end of that issue. You can't pick up sensitive sites again under amenity and good order and do something more with it. So that's at paragraph 194 to 196 of that decision. Sorry, sir, I'm just scrolling down to that now. And importantly, and you've heard a lot about the 1 per 1,000. So what the authority effectively says is, and this is at 196, Section 105 does not lend itself to an approach where the DLC or the authority on appeal can adopt a population-based view. So the judge in this decision said, the 1 to 1,000s, I disregard it. I don't know how it was ever arrived at. And we had evidence in this hearing that the ratio is now more like 1 to 360 odd in this decision. So Judge Kelly said, but in any case, we don't deal with these issues on a population base under Section 105. And the reason, he says, the only such provision for a policy-based approach for evaluating an application is in the context of a local alcohol policy. In the present case, the Huranui LAP recognises that it may provide for certain matters, including location of licensed premises near certain types of facilities and the density of licensed premises. So an LAP can say, no more bottle stores in Winton, or no bottle stores within 50 metres of a school. And then what the judge said, but for whatever reason, the council has chosen not to do this. And therefore, that's the end of that issue. Because that's the policy-based platform where you would develop policies for Southland and for Winton. And communities have done that. There's a sinking lid in Whangarei. And there are caps on off licences and on licences in other districts. So that's 194 to 196. And what I'd be urging this committee to be very careful about, with respect, sir, is adopting a policy position for Winton based on the views of some parts of the community. Just at 3.13, this isn't a major theme as I understand it of the objections, but at 3.13, I just talked to students and exposure. To note firstly that no schools have objected to the application, and also Mr. Rathod will say that a sensitive site nearby, a preschool, has in fact said we're happy for you to pursue your application. But what the authority said in terms of the Townell decision, on balance, the authority is satisfied that Mr. Brown has addressed concerns about the visual impact of the premises on the main road. And then just to add a little bit of common sense, I think, reality to this proposition, it is also noted that the licensed areas of the premises will be designated as supervised only, such that persons under the age of 18 may only be present if accompanied by a parent or legal guardian. And I read that, sir, to say is adults can make decisions for their children, and we can leave them to do that. But equally, you'll see in this decision, the Thirsty Liquor, they decided to paint it predominantly black, not orange. There was limits on outside advertising and no sandwich boards or flags. Mr. Rathod also puts forward those sorts of measures to reduce the exterior frontage. And as I said earlier, limited use of the bottle-o green and a recessed premises that isn't right on the footpath. And again, I'm not criticising the super liquor. I'm sure I haven't been to it, but of course that's a store that's right active on the footpath because of the nature of the building. And just also at 3.14, I note that the CCTV cameras were also an important part of the response by the applicant in Townell. Suitability, there seems to be some challenge to the applicant's suitability, but in my submission, sir, given that he operates an existing premises very well, there is no reporting agency opposition, he has no criminal convictions, that the challenge to suitability is just entirely misconceived and actually just a bit unfortunate, sir. It's all very well to have concerns about alcohol, and I accept people do, but to suggest that Mr. Rathod is in some way dishonest or disingenuous or evasive is entirely unfair. He's done what he's supposed to do with the application, and he's prepared, of course, to answer questions today. So I won't go through the go-go bar decision, but it's the standard test of suitability that you will be aware of. I said to you earlier, the balance of probabilities issue, there's no onus. This is the only criterion where that still is unclear in my submission, sir. And I would accept, well, it's my view, and I don't know that the authority shares this, but that it is for the applicant to establish their suitability. So on that, I think we have to put our best foot forward, and I think we've done that. But I think it's slightly different with suitability because, in my view, if you don't meet that test, it's over. Whereas with all the other criteria, you could not meet some, you could meet some very well, and you could be on balance on the others, and then you have to put that into the mix, and you might say yes or you might say no. But suitability is black and white in my view, sir. So slightly different. At 3.17. What I've got there, sir, is a summary of the kind of behaviour that might lead to an adverse suitability finding. I won't take you through all of that, but there's incorrect information, there's dishonest use of a parliamentary reference, there's a failure to understand the risks of the particular community, and I've just put it all in there so I'm not accused of sort of cherry picking elements of that decision, but that gives you a sense of the kind of conduct that might lead to an unsuitability finding. And so on that point, again, I've touched on it in my submissions. There is, in the objections, the statement that suitability is at a higher threshold in a vulnerable community. And that is correct. That comes from a decision called Niches, Nishchays, and I can provide that, Niches, which involved a bottle store in a residential area in Cannons Creek in Fontaine Street. And I'm very familiar with the area because I've acted for the supermarket operator in Cannons Creek. And I'd invite the committee to look at the Niches decisions. And the decision I've quoted in my submission is the mix. is about the tavern that used to exist in the heart of Cannons Creek. And the incidents of disorder and violence were extreme. And that this chap applied to reopen that pub, that tavern in the middle of Cannons Creek, and he failed, and it's never been open again. But there are off licenses in this location. So Fantame Street is residential. There's a school gate right across the road from this previous bottle store, a Thirsty Liquor. It was closed. The authority declined a renewal for a previous owner, and then a new owner purchased it and didn't seem to have any understanding of the previous issues. There were people drinking outside the bottle store, on the street. Teachers were arriving to the school across the road in the morning with bottles strewn through the fields and around the school. It was chaos, sir, and totally unacceptable. And you had a huge population at deprivation 9 and 10, not a pocket of deprivation. Cannons Creek was suffering severely in terms of deprivation index data. So that is the context of vulnerability. Lots of emergency housing and state housing, sir. Sports clubs struggling, and a community breaking down. That's the kind of vulnerability that the authority and committees usually are talking about when they are looking at alcohol harm. So I can provide those references, but Cannons Creek, there's a line of decisions, and I footnote, I say that at my 3.7, it's based on a line of decisions starting with applications in Cannons Creek and Porirua. That's where this vulnerability and the suitability threshold concept came in, and I don't deny that, but what I will say, quite bluntly and quite simply, Winton is nothing like Cannons Creek or Otara or Mangere, communities that face genuine challenges and where different approaches are needed. Finally, turning to the LAP, and I thank you for your patience, sir, and members, I'm nearly done, but just turning to the LAP and picking up on what my friend said earlier, I will just address you on that because I now have an understanding, I think, of what some objectors say. And of course, it's not the medical centre that raised this issue. So I'm not quite sure why Counsel for the Medical Centre is pursuing it or made it so central, because it's not raised by the medical centre. But there are objections, particularly from the Winton apartments that are unhappy with the consultation. So what I say is, in the LAP, under the policies, there is the sensitive premises heading. It then says consult with those, provide evidence of consultation with a tenanted property. It lists what those sensitive sites are, but critically, the key paragraph is the final paragraph in that section, and it says, this is why you're doing this. This requirement is to ensure that neighbouring properties are aware of the possibility that a licensed premise may be established nearby, or that an existing licensed premise may have its licence renewed or altered. This requirement also ensures that occupants, owners and other parties related to a sensitive premise have an opportunity to voice any concerns and for the applicants to respond to those. Now, in my submission, the provision of letters directly to all sensitive sites, and in fact, all sites within 50 metres, not even those that are sensitive, meets the requirement that they are aware of the possibility that a licensed premise may establish. So we've met that. The letter also ensures that if the occupants, owners or other parties wish to voice their concerns, they can do so. And some of them have. And it also enables the applicant to respond to those. Now that can happen as between the applicant and the neighbour over a cup of tea, or it can happen in a DLC forum because they filed an objection. But what this LAP achieves, and it's a frequent complaint we hear, is it avoids the risk of a neighbour or a sensitive site not seeing the public notice and missing out. And we hear that complaint a lot, that the public notice requirements, people miss them because they can't read the public notices every week, all week, and they don't see the A4 or the A3 on the property. And we hear it a lot. They say that the public notice, it's not good enough, people miss it. This consultation and the policy, and in my submission, it's a good policy, it ensures that doesn't happen for the 50-metre radius, and particularly in terms of sensitive sites. So I'm at a loss how it can be sustained that what Mr. Rathod and his agent have done doesn't meet that final paragraph. It doesn't achieve what the requirement is intended to ensure. The neighbours are all aware, and they all had a chance. They could call him or they could lodge an objection. Consultation requirements met in full. So, sir, those are my opening submissions. In terms of the other Section 105 criteria, I just note that no one's raised any concerns with staff training or systems. I do note that there's an issue raised about car parking. The authority has stated that car parking is not a relevant issue under a case called PKNG and Fluker, F-L-U-K-E-R, but it's not quite as simple as that. Traffic safety in terms of roads can be a relevant issue, but car parking itself is not. So I'll park that particular issue to hear what the evidence is, but it seems to be more about car parking and perhaps the risk of people consuming alcohol in cars and car parks. And Mr. Rathod will speak to that in terms of CCTV and lighting, and of course is open to considering other methods of management or mitigation that may alleviate that concern. So, sir, unless you have any questions, you or chair, the members of the committee have any questions for me, those are my submissions. And as I say, I'm grateful for your patience. I prefer to set it out in full in the opening so you understand where we're coming from a legal and evidential perspective. So that's why they're relatively fulsome submissions, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Do the committee have any questions, possibly more clarification? We have none. There'll be opportunities later to ask other questions related to the application. So thank you, Mr. Young.
Thank you,
it's now 5 to 11 and we were going to break at 11. So the next submitter is Mr. Rathod. Just unsure if we shouldn't break now and then he can present his submission after that.
That'll be helpful, sir, because I'll just brief him on taking the affirmation virtually when he's sworn in. So when not sworn in, takes the affirmation, so I'll explain to him. We don't have a Bible, so he'll take an affirmation.
Sure. Ms. Howley's dealing with that. You get in contact with them regarding that yourself, do you? Or how is it?
We have a list of those.
Yeah, I think that'll be taken care of by people who know what they're doing.
Thank you, sir.
Good, thank you. So we'll adjourn now for a 15-minute break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
I'm behind this. I guess everybody else can see it, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Oh, we'll recommence. Thank you for your patience again. Just like to point out, I made a slight mistake before. The procedure from here is that the agencies and objectors will have an opportunity to read out their opening statements, and then Mr. Rathold will be presenting as the following that. So we go now to the licensing inspector, Ms. Amber Judd. Welcome, Amber.
Thank you.
It's on page 71. I have your report.
Thank you. So, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Amber Judd toko ingoa, no taranaki o ko tūpuna, he te noho au ke motapuhi. I currently am the inspector for this application. I have submitted my report to the committee and also my brief of evidence and reply and statement to matters raised. I'll take it my inspector's report has been read, but I will speak to my brief of evidence at this point. And I'm happy to take questions on any of these through the proceedings or as I'm speaking now. So my brief of evidence outlines the responses from the agencies. I'll let them respond to their to those points themselves. I did mention in quite some depth in regards to the matters arising in regards to the density and the hours of the application. Some of the concerns that had come through from some of the objectors was in regards to the extensive hours that were being applied for, and they felt that the hours were quite excessive. I just pointed out in my brief that the current licensed premises in the township or IFE licenses all have longer hours than what have been applied for. And they are all licensed from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m, whereas this proposed license will be Monday to Sunday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. As a maximum, noting that not all those licensed premises, of course, are open from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m, but they are the approved licensed hours. So, yeah, just outlining a bit of detail in that regards. In regards to the amenity and good order, also increase in alcohol-related harm. So various objectors have mentioned that they have concerns about the increase in alcohol-related harm by way of managing the way it's sold, supplied and consumed, however, by the applicant, that those matters should be able to be minimised, which is a requirement and a matter that we must consider. The harm arise resulting from excessive or inappropriate consumption is defined under the Act as quite a large array of matters, and any crime, death, disease, disorderly behaviour, illness or injury, as well as any harm to society generally, directly or indirectly. So the objectors have taken this on board and do have some points they wish to discuss in regards to their view on this, and I look forward to hearing what they have to say and getting clarification on these matters as we go. So upon reviewing and considering all the matters under section 105 of the Act that we must have regard to and that the committee must consider in their decision, and also in considering everything against that from the application and the objective submissions, you'll see that I've not opposed the application, nor have I recommended that it be approved. This is not a sit on the fence type stance from myself. However, it's as an inspector, my task is, as with the other agencies, to inquire into and report on the application for the DLC to consider and review and decide. In my response to matters, there was a point raised about the LAP, and I think it's probably pertinent that I have that I mention that at this point in time. The sensitive sites and that particular, there is the LAP, and as John had mentioned earlier, this is something that the LAP stipulates that evidence of consultation must be provided, that there is no requirement for any evidence to be provided that is of a positive nature. Anything that is provided is evidence that the applicant has done in that regard, not necessarily any responses of a positive yes, go ahead nature, or to the alternative. Yeah, so I can speak to any questions that may come up through these proceedings onto these matters, and that's my introduction. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Judd. Sergeant McNaught from the New Zealand Police, your opening statement, please.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Just briefly over the submissions police have made in this matter. Initially received this application, police said no matters in opposition. We continue that stance. Just point out in the submissions police have made already. The basis of the hearing is from community objectors. We understand that it's their right to be heard, and they will probably have a lot of matters or issues to raise which haven't been reported to or recorded by police. Police are also mindful of remaining impartial, and had mentioned in the submissions about trying to avoid offering information which could be seen to be unfairly favouring either side, objectors or the applicant. I did provide some information in those submissions, just in particular reference to some family harm stats that were provided by one of the objectors. But in a nutshell, that's it. But I'm happy to be affirmed in the proceedings to attempt to answer any questions to assist the committee.
Thank you, Sergeant McNaught. Ms. Grace, Ministry of Health.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've inquired into this application and submitted my report initially. So there's no changes there. We found the application was complete, it was comprehensive, and all the host responsibility matters were well considered. Historically, the applicant has shown to be a good operator. With his Otatara licence, I've had engagement with that. There's no issues there that we've cited around inappropriate promotions or sales to minors, and no issues with any monitoring visits previously. In my report, I did discuss that the committee should consider the voice of the community, and certainly by the volume of objections there, the community certainly has something to say about what they want to see in their community or what they don't want to see. We look at things with the health lens around harm minimisation, but there's nothing in the application there that raises anything alarming, and that's reflected in my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grace. So the objectors now. Ms. Ruddenclaw, sorry.
Through you, the chair. I wanted to actually ask a question of Hayden McNaught, the local policeman for Winton. Have I missed putting my hand up in time?
There'll be an opportunity for that later.
Okay, thank you.
This is the opening statements.
Thank you.
The opening statement from the Reedy Community Board. Councillor Fraser.
Excuse me, I'm just getting my notes there. Kia ora koutou, taka inga, Darren Fraser. I've been given the authority from the Community Board to speak to this report, a report that obviously the Community Board was 100% behind and endorsed. Our major concern really is around the amenity, ensuring that the LAP and the local alcohol policy is adhered to. We do see that there are issues with graffiti vandalism, and with all due respect to the applicant who has visited the town a few times, we walk the streets day in, day out, and we know what happens, and we do know that there are significant issues with people Yeah, vandalism, and we've added some reference to that in the last few months to show just some of the things that have come up in the community. We have concerns around the density, and obviously, a density of one liquor store for 550 people we believe is too much. Our original submission did reference to a number of cases and studies to support that. We have seen evidence of vandalism to council property and regularly picking up bottles and glass. And that's perhaps one of the reasons why the applicant, when he visited, didn't see those things, is because the community is very proactive about making our town look good. And when we see those things, people do pick them up. I was with the kindergarten recently, and they picked up two bags full, 2 large bags of rubbish. A number of that was alcohol-related bottles, and that was in a local reserve where our children play. And so that's definitely happening. But as I said, we're very proactive about making sure that we do pick that up. We did note that the applicant under suitability had stated that there is drug and alcohol therapy sessions available at the Salvation Army. It is our understanding that is not the case. And as far as I'm aware, and I did used to work for the Salvation Army, there has been no alcohol treatment available in Winton in the time that, certainly in the time I've been in Winton, over 20 years. So those services aren't available. And so we're concerned that the applicant may not be fully aware of the community that he's seeking to operate in. And that's a concern for us. So that's essentially our submission, is that we are opposed to another store based on those grounds.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. The Winton Medical Centre, Dr. Caroline Stewart.
Thank you, sir. If you don't mind, I'd prefer to go last. So if there's some others that want to give their openings, I'll just come in at the end.
Yes, Dr. Stewart, is she not available?
Not today. So I'm here basically as counsel for the medical centre. But I think she would want me to make some brief opening statements, as everyone else is. But
you haven't informed us of her absence up till now. I would have thought.
I thought I did right at the opening. Just said she wasn't available today.
Coming. Yeah, I understood from that she was just going to be here a bit later, that she was delayed.
I'm in discussions with her today, and I have to be fair, I'm struggling to get in contact with her.
Okay. Well, I don't see any valid reason why you should be last. I think you should come in the order that you're down for. It's well circulated prior to this.
Okay. In terms of opening, so you've given me the opportunity of providing you with legal submissions tomorrow. Do you want to hear from me on the legal submissions tomorrow?
Just an opening statement now.
Just a brief opening statement. Okay.
Yes.
So you'll have before you the objection of the medical centre. So I'll just highlight some of the key points that have been made there. In particular, the medical centre does have concerns with regard to alcohol-related harm. And this is really an objection relating to the object of the Act, which is one of the criteria you do need to look at in terms of Section 105(1)(a). You'll be aware that the object of the Act, in terms of its definition, has a couple of limbs, and in particular, the medical centre is concerned that if this licence is granted, it will result in not meeting the object of the Act, or there won't be a minimisation of alcohol-related harm in the community. The medical centre has identified that there's already inappropriate consumption of alcohol and excessive consumption of alcohol, meeting that limb of section 4(1)(b), and this has resulted in their submissions and in their evidence disease, certainly illness and injury. The medical centre is also concerned in relation to the suitability of the applicant, particularly in that the applicant is seeking to open a store in Winton, some distance from his current store in Otatara, and that this will essentially stretch the applicant in terms of his ability to service if the license is granted both premises. In terms of amenity and good order, the medical centre, along with a number of other objectors, is concerned about the current levels of nuisance and vandalism in the Winton vicinity or in this locality, and that a further premise in this area, should the license be granted, will have more than a minor effect on the locality. The Winton Medical Centre, in terms of density, it says that there are a number of alcohol outlets or off licenses in Winton that service the community, and that should there be another license granted, this will have a more than minor effect on the community. Essentially, they oppose the application. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Central Southland Presbyterian Parish Leadership, Mr. Willis. You available?
Mr. Chairman, sorry, I was having a struggle unmuting.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to express our concerns pertaining to the new bottle store application before us. I have presented our written objection and a brief of evidence for this hearing and wish to expand on 3 issues. One, as a church, we take the health and safety of our...
Mr. Willis, you can perhaps do that later when you present your evidence. This is just an opening statement at the outset of the hearing.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. If there's any points you wish to particularly highlight.
Thank you for your direction.
That's good.
We here are hear what our overall is, that we don't believe that we do need another bottle store in Winton, and we will give our reasons in that later on. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. The Winton Community Support Worker Committee.
Hello, I wasn't actually, are you there? Oh.
Yes, yes.
Yes, okay, sorry. Wasn't actually aware that we were to give an opening, but yeah, I'm here representing the Winton Community Support Worker Committee as the chair. Our objection is mainly around alcohol related harm, amenity and good order, and yeah, just looking after the vulnerable members of our community. I'll talk to that further later.
Thank you very much. The Winton Motorcycles, Blair Howden.
Hey, hi. Yeah, our reason for objection is just the fact that we're the neighbouring property, and just a bit concerned about the hours that it's not 10 o'clock at night, it's quite late, and just what might go on with the finding of alcohol and going in and out of our yard at the back. We may have to lock our gate, so just not ideal for us, but that's basically what our objection is.
Thank you, Mr. Howden. Winton Apartments.
So we have submitted again and opposing this, and as our summary, I'd like to talk about the sensitive premises, and with reference also to the combined alcohol policy 2019. So I think that that is all linked in. I've heard that it may not be, but I actually think it is from the reading that I have done. So when I look at this, I look at the sensitive premises. I'm also looking at the guidelines set out in the combined local alcohol guidelines, which say about the location, the density conditions, and the discretionary conditions for the licenses. So I'm taking all this into account when I've made my submission and brief of evidence and brief of reply. So I have a number of reasons to disagree with some of the comments that have been made about Winton Apartments in the information that I've received in the hearing file. And I'm also concerned about how the consultation process was done. And so I haven't already outlined a number of reasons why in my brief of reply. I've also looked at what a sensitive premise is and think that perhaps when the applicant is unsure, he fills in the details for himself. So there's a bit of oddness there that I would like to bring up as well. And all the reasons why I want to bring this up is because when I view Winton, and I didn't know anything about this application process until I started reading up on it. And I look at Winton as a town, and this is supported by the deprivation level of Winton. The people there are what I would consider, when I look at Invercargill and Winton, I'd consider the Winton community as quite vulnerable. I also look at how the policy, the combined local health alcohol policy, has been already implemented, and I understand that's between the ICC and the SDC people. So you've come together as two councils, and at the moment, there's concern.
I think some of these are matters you'd raise in your evidence.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, but can I just keep going, because I've got because I didn't know about these opening statements either. So also about the amenity and good order. I'd also like to talk about, so I have Belinda Fowler coming along as my witness about the deprivation and density of the community as well. But I think probably the point that I do make is the fact that having lived in the community, I was the person who was out there cleaning up the bottles. And a lot of these reports don't even allow for that. They go, oh, we came to Winton and it was a tidy town. That's because the people in Winton are kind and support their businesses.
Thank you.
Do I need to say anything else in my opening statement?
I think your evidence will be an opportunity for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Good. Councillor Darren Fraser.
Good morning again. So in this part of the application submission, I guess I'm speaking as a former youth worker. I spent 18 years working for the Salvation Army in the Winton community as a youth worker. A lot of that time was spent working with young people at the local high school, local alternative ed, and had lots of referrals for issues, both around the Winton area and the greater central Southland area. My evidence will probably come from just those experiences of, I know that we heard about real risk. I guess I'll just talk about actual risk and some things that I've seen, some experiences I've had, and some young lives that I've seen destroyed by the abuse of alcohol. And yeah, some sad things that we've seen and we don't want to see anymore. I'll be calling, and we'll speak about amenities as well, and I'll be calling Margie Running-Claw as a witness to speak around some of the amenity stuff, and also Jack Running-Claw, because I think it's really valuable to hear from a young person, and so I'll be calling him. He's a member of the District Council Youth Council, but also just finished high school, and so he has first-hand experience to say what is actually going on in terms of alcohol abuse with young people. It's easy for me to sit back as an older person and kind of go, this is what I've seen, but Jack will enlighten us to what he sees as a student. So that's pretty much what I'm going to be talking about. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'll now ask the applicant to present the case. How do you wish to proceed, Mr. Young?
Thank you, sir. I propose to call Mr. Rathod to give us evidence. I'm in your hands because it's pre-circulated whether you want it read out or whether you want it taken as read and move to questions. How would you like to proceed, sir?
As a suggestion, all of the statements have been read. Whether Mr. Rudder would like to highlight some points and then perhaps move into questions, if that's good. Just regarding the affirmation, Ms. Howley's coming up to administer that.
Do you solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you are about to give touching the matters before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you. You can proceed, Mr. Rudder. I'll just give the committee time to locate the page.
I'll just confirm what
I'll statements.
So I'll just get him to confirm the contents of those are true and correct, if that's acceptable, and then I'll ask him to summarise some key points. So I'll just find this.
6.
So can you go to paragraph 56, page 56, sorry. Yep. Is your 56, that's correct. Is your full name Sujan Rathod?
Yes, it is.
And you live at 8/195 Pulmana Street, Strathern, Invercargill?
That's correct.
And you have in front of you a statement of evidence dated 25 March 2022?
Yes.
And it has 3 attachments to it, a floor plan, 2 rosters and 3 certificates from Servwise?
That's correct.
Can you confirm that that statement of evidence is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is true and correct at best of my knowledge.
Can you please turn to page 218 of the agenda? Yeah, I'm sorry, a little further on. 234, sorry. 234. Yep. And can you confirm that that is a reply statement of evidence prepared by you and includes attachments A, an email, B, renderings of the building, and C, photos of the nearby area, including the car park?
Yes, I do confirm that. It's all done by me.
And can you confirm that that reply statement of evidence dated the 31st of March 2022 is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is true and correct at best of my knowledge.
Now, Mr. Rathod, are there any particular matters in your evidence you'd like to just touch on and highlight before receiving questions from the committee and objectors and reporting agents?
Yes, would.
So you speak up and to speak to the committee.
Yes.
Page 56 is your first statement. Yeah. Mr. Rathod was just getting to his first statement, and he hadn't prepared a summary, but he'll just speak to some matters of relevance or salient matters from his perspective.
First of all, I would like to introduce myself to the committee. Myself, Sujan Rathod.
Slow down.
As John has already just confirmed that I live at 8/195 Pomona Street, Strathern, Invercargill. I'm the shareholder and director of Whittle Enterprises Limited. In short, we can call it as well. And I'm authorized to give evidence on behalf of WELL. My wife, Janki Joshi, is also a shareholder in WELL. WELL has applied for an off license for premises situated at 284 Great North Road, Winton.
We'll just pause there. The committee doesn't require you to read all of this.
Right.
If you'd like to, you can go through and just highlight some points, or if you'd like to read it all, you can. It's up to you.
Well, if the committee don't mind me to read this, yes, I'm happy to do that.
I think Mr. Rathod would prefer to read his evidence into the record, sir, rather than trying to pluck bits out.
Right.
So if you're happy with that, we'll do that. You go.
Right. WELL has applied for an off license for premises situated at 284 Great North Road, Winton, to be known as the Bottle of Winton. I engage hospitality licensing consultants to prepare the application. I worked closely with Georgie Robertson during the preparation of the application and reviewed it before it was launched. I currently own and operate the bottle of Ardachara since 2019, January 22nd, 2019. The operation of that premises has not given any rise to any concern from police, the inspectorate, or the medical officer of health. I hold a manager's certificate. My manager's certificate has never been suspended. Next, I'll come to the point of reporting agencies. I have read the reports from the reporting agency agents. I consider that their non-opposition is due to my reputation as a good person and a good licensee. For example, the Emerge report states that the applicant owns and operates the bottle of Ardachara in Invercargill and has shown to be a capable and considered operator with no issues raised to health or other licensing agencies that I'm aware of. Historically, police control purchase operations have been undertaken and compliance was observed by the owner operator. That's me or my missus and the staff. Oh, my wife, yes, sorry. I also note that the inspector refers to the consultation we undertook with sensitive sites and neighboring businesses. We sent a letter to various businesses and people with a 50-meter radius of the premises as required by the local alcohol policy. We also spoke to a preschool, Wake Up Preschool, and the Salvation Army, both more than 50 meters from the site. The absence of police and Emerge objection also is consistent with my observations of Winton. I have not seen broken bottles or other evidence of disorder. Most of the people that I spoke to did not raise concern of this type. I discussed my visit to an impression of Winton below. So I'll state a bit more about Winton and my visits and what I know about Winton. As stated in the application, I want to expand our business into Winton and become part of the Winton community. It is our intention to employ Winton locals to assist us in the day-to-day running of the store. I have been to Winton 7 to 8 times. And the only reason we will employ 2 to 3 people in Winton would be that I can know more and more about Winton people and Winton community in general. Winton services a population of around 6,000 and is a stop off for travelers on the Invercargill to Queenstown Highway. The resident population has been growing from 2006 to 2337 in 2018. There are various clubs and events we would love to sponsor, as we do in Ardachara store as well. I'm aware of the following clubs as an example: Winton Central Bowling Club, Central Southland Squash Rackets Club, Winton Golf Club, Midlands Rugby Football Club, Winton Cricket Team, which I understand plays at the Moors Reserve, Central Southland Netball Center. I'm also aware that Winton has an A&P show, which we would like to sponsor, as well as the St. John's Services, which is a community service. There is the local fire station, community swimming pool, and maternity center. I understand that some organizations do not wish to receive sponsorship from an alcohol retailer. We do look at sponsorship opportunities where a brand or store is not mentioned. I have a sponsorship budget of approximately $1,500. We have sponsored Riverside Speedway, Already Park Speedway, Lions Club in Invercargill, and Caring Families through our Ardachara store. From a personal perspective, my connection to Winton first started with a car trip 3 years ago from Invercargill. I did not feel like a long drive at all, and it seems much drier than Invercargill. I had lunch at the subway and was served by staff who were very nice and polite. About 2 years ago, there was a customer from Winton at my Ardachara shop. They commented that I have a very nice shop with great service and that I should open one in Winton. When I was looking to buy a house in Invercargill, I had a look on Trade Me at premises in Winton, just out of curiosity. I saw the vacant old Westpac building for lease and thought it could be a better good location for a store because of the security and because it's not highlighted on the main road. As part of my work towards applying for a license, I caught up with a lot of different local people and business people. These people were positive about my proposal and in Winton in general. It was good to catch up with Lexi Dunlop and her husband at the Salvation Army to see whether they had any major concerns in the community related to alcohol. I explained how the proposal would work and what sort of training will be in place for the staff. It was a very friendly conversation, and I respect that they do have concern about a new alcohol retailer. I would like to meet with Lexi and her husband quarterly to discuss any issues, if they were happy to do so, if the application has been granted. I greatly respect the work Salvation Army did. In my view, the Winton community is a big farming community, which is very similar to Otachara. I have found Otachara to be a safe and friendly community. I think Winton will be similar. I'll just go to the objections then. I have read the objections and I agree with the inspector's summary of the key issues they raise. Overall, the objector seems to say a new store must inevitably mean more alcohol-related harm. The definition of alcohol-related harm in the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act 2012 is broad. I know that alcohol can cause harm and that I have a duty to minimize the harm, minimize the risk of harm from inappropriate or excessive consumption of alcohol. In my view, the way I have operated the Otachara store shows that I can manage the premises in a way that minimizes the risk of harm. However, I cannot eradicate that harm. I think some of the objectors want me to eradicate harm. Concerns about a price war are also raised. However, in my view, the price of alcohol cannot go any lower. In fact, we are saying price increases from our suppliers. I think it will be the same for super liquor as well. My prices at Otachara are similar to the same to the super liquor in Winton. The liquor center in a small off-license attached to the top bar. The off-license business, in my view, is largely a conveniency for patrons of the top pub and is ancillary to the pub operations. It is an add-on business. The supermarket will have the cheapest beer and wine. We cannot compete with the supermarket prices and do not try to as well. I'm aware that an off-license closed in Winton in 2016. I'm not aware of any noticeable price changes with that closure, upwards or downwards. There are also concerns about amenity and good odor. As mentioned above, I have not seen evidence of vandalism, nuisance, or disorder, and the absence of police opposition gives me comfort that while issues may sometimes occur, they are not at the level that causes the police concern. I would not want to open a bottle store in a town where there are frequent issues of disorder or vandalism. In relation to sensitive sites, we undertook the consultation as required by the LAB. I think that is a good thing to require an applicant to do. Not all sites that we consulted are sensitive, but it is a good way to engage with your neighbors. The nearby apartments have objected with concerns about amenity, noise, and the use of the car park. We will not be noisy, and the store will have a nice exterior like the Otachara store, as shown in the application. I understand that the car park is not a relevant matter, and my lawyer will address this. The Howden Winton motorcycle has also objected. I'm happy to discuss the management of the gate with them and find a reasonable solution to their concern. This may also need landlord approval. Most of the people we consulted with did not object. 4 neighbors provide letters of support, including the Wake Up Preschool. These are included in the application. Section 105, Object of the Act. I would come to that. I have addressed the object of the Act above. I believe that we will minimize the risk of alcohol-related harm from inappropriate or excessive consumption because we will operate a lawful premises with good system and training in place. This is what we do in Otachara. In addition, having reviewed the inspector's report and objections, I can confirm that I agree to the following conditions and/or undertaking. There will be no bulk stocks of RTDs or beers on the retail floor. All beers and RTDs will be stocked in the chiller. There will be a bottle or banner in green at the front of the store, which would follow the panel that is above the principal entrance, as shown in the application in the photo under the aerial photo of the locality. The remainder of the building will be gray, white, or possibly frosted, some windows. We will not have any exterior pricing or alcohol brands promotion except for 1 A1 posters displaying monthly specials near the entrance. I note the building is set back from the road. No sales to person in school uniform. Doesn't matter if they provide the ID as well, we won't be serving to the children in the school uniform. no portable signage such as flags and sandwich boards, and we will not sell single containers of beers or RTDs under 500 ml, except craft beers. Suitability. I have no criminal conviction. I'm working hard and honest person. I consider that I'm suitable to hold a license. Local alcohol policy. The proposal complies with the LAP as set out in the application and the inspector's report. I note that our consultation was not confirmed to sensitive sites. Days and hours. The trading hours sought are less than the LAP enables. I have reviewed the inspector's summary of this criterion and agree with her comments in relation to the usual seasonal hours of trade. I understand that the super liquor trades until 11 p.m. Thursday to Saturday. Design and layout. Attached are the indicative floor plans. If the application is granted, it will take approximately 3 months to complete the fit out. Any changes to the plan, if any, would be minor. I would look to recruit staff during this period. I know that internal shelving will be at height that enables customers to be effectively monitored. Sale of other goods and services. We will sell a range of food, snacks, and tobacco vaping products. Amenity and good odor. I have also addressed this matter above by reference to the concerns of the objector and the lack of concerns by the reporting agencies. We will have good CCTV and lighting, internal and external. Attached and marked is an updated floor plan showing the CCTV and external sensor lights. Now, systems, staff, and training. Currently, my wife and I work at Otatara with one other staff member. I will work at Winton if the application is granted for at least 3 to 6 months, possibly longer. I will seek to employ 2 to 3 local people and then spread my working week between Winton and Otatara.
Just pause, Mr. Rathod, just to make sure the committees, you read that first line and you said for at least 3 to 6 months.
Yeah.
And the written brief says 3 months is your evidence that you'll work for at least 3 to 6 months, but possibly longer?
Possibly longer, yes.
You said there was a 6 dropped in that's not in the written brief. I just want to make sure that that was clarified. So please continue.
Yes. I will seek to employ 2 to 3 local people and then spread my working week between Winton and Otatara. I may need to employ a further full-time or part-time staff member at Otatara. Attached and marked B1 and B2, a sample roster for Otatara and Winton. If the application is granted, my wife will work more hours at Otatara, up to 45 hours per week. I acknowledge that I will have to employ an additional staff member at Otatara when I'm working full-time at Winton. We would use TradeMe, Seek, Frontline Retail, and one staff to recruit staff. Our training is based largely in reviewing our social responsibility implementation plan included in the application and reviewing our incident book. We will meet weekly to discuss any issues and will have a training sessions every 3 to 4 months, which I run. I only have a small team at the moment. We have recently completed the service course, certificates attached and marked C1, C2, and C3. All staff will be required to hold an LCQ. Matters raised by the reporting agencies. No matters have been raised in opposition by the reporting agencies. I have addressed additional conditions above. And lastly, I would conclude, I seek that the application be granted as sought with the conditions proposed by the inspector as set out above. Thank you, sir.
Can you please go to page 234 of the
second one
of the agenda? That's correct.
Yes.
If you can please read that statement into the record too, please.
Yes. So again, my name is Sajan Rathod. My background and experience are set out in my earlier statement of evidence. This reply evidence reports to some matters raised in the evidence for the objectors. Consultation. Stacey Alwood states that I have not complied with the consultation requirements of the LAP. I disagree. I sent or handed letters to all sensitive sites within 50 meters to make sure that neighboring properties are aware of the possibility that a licensed premises may be established nearby, as stated in the LAP. I talked to Ms. Elwood on phone. She called me before I start sending letter to her. Obviously, I have given letter to her tenant, and she has passed it on to her, and she contacted me before I contacted her. So I talked to I also emailed Ms. Elwood and she responded. She thanked me for the information provided. The emails are attached and marked A. Other tenancies. Ms. Elwood states that there are many commercial properties that do not border sensitive sites, such as residential properties. 284 Great North Road does not border a sensitive site. There are residential homes over the back right corner of 284 Great North Road. They have not objected. 219 A, B, and C Park Street. Most commercial properties have residential nearby within 50 to 100 meters. I did not see many commercial properties with a frontage to Great South Road available when I was looking online at available properties. Now about the school children's. Various objectors have mentioned school children in the area. I accept that school children do come to town. Some are with parents, others are not. 284 Great North Road is reassessed back from the road frontage and footpath. That means children can pass by and still be some distance from the store frontage, 10 meters or so. I like that about the premises. The super liquor is right on the street frontage. The empty tenancy at the bottom pub, that used to be a bottle store in the same. Attached and marked B is a mock-up of the proposed store frontage. There is not much green. This is deliberate. Our social responsibility implementation plan also addresses school children. Salvation Army. Mr. Fraser and others have criticized me for saying the Salvation Army is 75 meters from the premises. They say it is further away 1.6 kilometers. They may be correct. 75 meters was just an estimate from me. I think it's a good thing that it is further away. I know it is very close to the old bottom pub store premises. This also criticized me for saying that there are drug and alcohol therapy sessions there. During my research of the premises, both my agent and I tried to ascertain if any addiction services were offered nearby. We understood that this was something that the Salvation Army do. Lexi's evidence for the Salvation Army states that they offer services for addiction issues, a 7D Joe Road. This is what we thought was the case. I should add that I would be happy to have templates or material at the point of sale, providing information on these services. Gate. Blair Howden has provided further information on the gate at the rear of the property, where people can walk from Park Street to Great North Road. If the gate provides access to Mr. Howden's property and Great North Road, I'm happy to ask my landlord to close the access to 284 Great North Road to respond to Mr. Howden's concern about people using the rear car park to drink alcohol. If people can only access Great North Road via my tenancy, I'm happy for this to continue. However, I will seek approval from my landlord to install another gate on the rear of 284 Great North Road. This gate can be unlocked in the morning by either myself or Mr. Howden, whoever arrives first. I'm happy to provide a key to Mr. Howden. I will, however, lock the gate at night when I close the premises. I don't think this area needs to be open at the public, to the public late at night. I also note that I will have CCTV covering this area. Our CCTV will enable the extraction of clear still images so we can identify anyone causing nuisance in the area and put them in our incident book. We would then refuse service to that person. We have no obligation to serve anyone under Section 24 of the Act. John Willis. Mr. Willis has provided photos of some rubbish in the area. I do not deny that there may be rubbish like this at times. However, I have seen very little of this when I have been in Winton. It is a very tidy town. The existing licensed premises don't seem to have issues with rubbish. I went to 284 Great North Road on Sunday, 27th March, after the weekend, to see how it looked. It did not see any rubbish. Attached in Mark C are photos. There was no rubbish. I also drove around the nearby streets and did not see any rubbish. Data. I'm aware that various objectors refer to harm in Winton. I have tried to find data that might assist me to compare Winton to Arachara, for example. It is hard to find. all I can say is that I think the communities are similar. I see both Winton and Aotearoa as safe and friendly places, which is why I would like to have business there. Conditions. I have set out conditions in my application and in my evidence. I'm prepared to discuss further conditions as part of the hearing and retain an open mind. Objectors. I would be happy to offer my contact details to objectors as well and discuss any concern they may have with the operation of the premises if the application is granted. I seek the application be granted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rathod. Sir, I just have a handful of questions and clarification before handing the witness over to yourselves and the objectors, if that's acceptable to you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Rathod, at paragraph 5, you say that 284 Great South Road does not border a sensitive site. You see it? Can I take you to page 137 of the agenda, please? And this is Miss Aylward's objection.
Yes.
And you see the plan in the middle of that second page.
Yes.
Do you accept that flats A and B are residential and they are sensitive sites?
Yes, they are.
Yes.
Yes.
So those properties do border the Botolo site, don't they?
Yes, they do.
And would you consider, if you were to have this application granted, providing contact details to tenants of those properties such that they could contact you if they had any concerns with behaviour or the operation of the premises?
Sure, I can do that, yes.
Now, paragraph 18 of your evidence, page 237.
Yeah. Yes.
You say you visited on Sunday, 27 March. What time did you visit?
It was 7:30 in the morning.
7:30 a.m.
7:30 a.m. in the morning, yes.
Thank you. Now, finally, you say that you have an open mind about further conditions, and as I understand it, you're familiar with the local alcohol policy.
Yes.
I just want to touch on one or two matters, particularly under amenity and good order. Would you be open to a condition or an undertaking that required you to clean or maintain in a clean state the outside of the premises and the immediate environs?
Sure, I can, yes.
So you'd be open to a condition like that to meet any, to respond to amenity and good order concerns?
Yes.
And do you keep an incident register at your current store?
We do.
And you would keep one if your license was granted at this store?
Aotearoa as well, yes.
And in terms of your CCTV usage, do you commit to having those cameras in the interior and exterior as a means to monitor, in particular, the exterior of the premises?
Yes, yes. That's the whole aim of having the cameras over there to monitor.
Thank you, Mr. Rathod. Thank you for that indulgence, sir. Mr. Rathod, can you please answer any questions?
Yes, sure.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Rathod. First of all, there's an opportunity, as we understand, for cross-examination by the parties. So I'll start with the reporting agencies. Ms. Judd, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And through you, I'd like to ask the applicant, Sujan, just in regards to his initial brief of evidence submitted, clarification on a few points, if you can, please. You state that you, in point 5 of your original application, page 57, that you hold a manager's certificate and it's never been suspended. Whereabouts did you obtain the manager's certificate from, and how long have you held that?
So I have obtained recently from Invercargill City Council.
And that was the your original manager's certificate?
That's the original manager's certificate.
Have you previously held any manager's certificates before that one?
Yes, so we just got renewed not long ago I got it in March. Yeah. So yes, I was having before that as well with Southland District Council, because I was working for Tianio Thursday Liquor as well.
That's right, yep. And previous to that, your manager's certificate was originally issued through?
Far North District Council.
Through, sorry?
Far North District Council.
Far North District Council. And how long ago was that?
There will be in 2015, I got my manager's certificate
Excellent. And where were you working at that time to obtain your manager's certificate?
at Thirsty Liquor, Coopers Beach.
Thirsty Liquor. Well, so that's an off-license bottle store.
It is, yes.
So you've had quite some experience in working in off licenses as previous to Otatara and owning
Yes.
and operating Otatara.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you for clarifying that. In response to where point 7, you have stated that you consider the non-opposition through our agency's reports in particular. I'm answering just from my part, that we consider you to be a good person and a good licensee. In my reply to that, I think I've outlined that. Let me go through here and read this for you. I'd just like to clarify to the committee that suitability of the applicant is only one of the matters that must be considered, and it was not of this inspector's mind when preparing my report to judge or comment on how good the applicant is. More that I consider that the applicant is deemed to be a suitable person under the requirements of the Act. The experience that the applicant does have in previous holdings for his manager's certificate and workings in the environment go towards that, although good is not something that one can make a decision on based on the application before us. So I just want to clarify that point for the committee. I'm just going through, I've made a few notes as we go, so bear with me a moment. You state in that you visited the Winton Township on numerous occasions, 7 or 8 times?
Yes.
What were the reasons for those visits at that time? Was it just passing through, or you're there for a day or a meeting, or?
No, I was there for a meeting as well. To just one of my friends. It was just a casual meeting. And the other times I have been when I was dealing with this premises and the agent as well, before we signed the premises, before we signed agreement to lease.
Okay,
and at the time.
Just a passing through?
Sorry? Yeah.
More than just passing through.
More than just passing through, yes, because whenever I have been to the town, I just go past the streets as well, because I'm just curious to have a look around. If I'm proposing a bottle store over there, I should know that what's happening and how the streets are, how clean it is, because obviously amenity and good odor is a big issue. So not in Winton, I would say, but yeah, it will be good to keep an eye on that. Yes.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And points 12 and 13, you mentioned about sponsorship of local events and various clubs. Sponsorship is, alcohol sponsorship is probably not seen as a good thing to do, but would you consider more of a donation status? Like
yeah, surely. Yes. Yeah.
Alcohol sponsorship is seen to be, in my eyes, is promoting the consumption or an advertising of your business. I know you have stated that you wouldn't have anything relating to the branding or the store, but if it was to be more of a donation from your store, then that may be more acceptable for the community and also for the committee. Something to keep in mind is the sponsorship and donation clarification. You've mentioned in point 16 in regards to meeting with Lexi or the Salvation Army in particular, and the community, the councillors have also alluded to this, that it could be something that is something that you may want to undertake as an undertaking to meet with them on a regular basis.
Yes.
Keep communications up with the community on that regards. So would you be happy to consider a possible undertaking to that regards to meet with the local community?
Sure. Yes, I'm happy to take that thing.
Okay. In regards to number 19, and where concerns about a price war has raised, you have spoken to that. So who sets the prices for the Bottle-O franchises?
So it's done by the head office.
And how much control over that do you have for your particular store?
Normal shelf prices, we just said it, but not on specials and things, because they are pretty standard.
Okay. So if any thing came about that was found to be priced significantly lower than the existing stores, you wouldn't have any control over in being able to manage that at all? You would be directed by head office, is that correct?
I can do that. They are giving that leverage to store. If store don't want to sell it at that cheaper price, then yes, they are giving leverage to store. Because it depends on store to store as well. It depends on the owner as well. If they don't want to put it, they are happy that if we don't put it as well, it's fine.
So you have some discretion in regards to.
Yes, we do. Yes.
It's not. Oh, thank you. We'll look back through here. So you stated that you wouldn't want to open in a bottle store in a town where there are frequent issues in disorder or vandalism under point 22.
Yes.
Further to that, in clarification for the committee, in my response to submissions received, I had contacted the community facilities team here at Southland District Council and just got some clarification in regards to if there is a current issue that they perceived, if there has been any increase or decrease over time, and the responses are in my response on page 255 and 256. There has been no noticeable, apart from the recent damage at Moores Reserve, in regards to an increase or decrease or any significant change in the amount of vandalism or broken glass or bottles. That's probably also good management by the community board, as mentioned by Darren Fraser, in regards to picking up bottles and on a regular occasion. But I'd just like to reiterate that has been looked into, and there is, from my perspective, even though I don't live in town, so I can't comment fully on that, that has been looked into, and there's some information there for the committee to consider. There has been concern in regards to the access for the gate, and I think that is a matter that, being an access through private property, that that you will need to manage in regards with the Howden Winton motorcycles in that regard, moving forward, and come to some agreement that's going to suitably satisfy that requirement for both of you. You've mentioned in point 27E about no sales or persons to people in school uniform.
Yes.
Would you agree to an undertaking that there would be no access to the store by people in school uniform?
Yes. Yes, I would.
So you
That's
would
a
be
matter. Yeah.
agreeable to have an undertaking or a condition on your license that would say no persons in school uniform are to be permitted on the property?
Yes.
Yeah. For the committee, that's something, a point to be considered in regards for your deliberations. Recruiting of staff during the period that, if this license was to be issued, there would be building work to be undertaken, I presume?
Yes.
Yep. And you would do recruiting of staff during this period?
Yes.
Would they do the training then for, if they were not already trained, at your Otatara store?
They can, yes. I can put them in the training.
Yep.
At Otatara store.
Excellent. Who's with the staffing levels that you have at the Otatara store currently, and moving forward to opening the store, you have included the rosters there for what is to be proposed. Do you consider that the rosters that you have and employing 2 or 3 more people are going to be adequate for the hours that you have outlined?
Yes.
Okay. What would your involvement in the community post the 3 to 6 months be after opening the store, if it was to be approved?
So after that as well, what my plan was, I will still do 2 shifts at the Winton store, so that I know what's happening in the store and what's happening in the community, and I can talk to staff and have any, if there is any issues, then talk to them and try to fix it or put it in the incident book, and we can discuss in the quarterly meeting and things. So yes, 2 shifts I would be doing for a long time. Doesn't matter if there is a staff with me as well. I'll be still keeping an eye to the Winton store. Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. In point 38 of this, on page 64, you state about the training is largely based on in reviewing the social responsibility implementation plan, which is included in the application. What training schedule or training program do you have currently for your current store?
So we do have service at the moment, and which we have already attached the certificates as well. Plus, I do the training as well, like why they shouldn't be served and what do you mean by intoxicated people and all that. With my wife as well, and plus the staff at the moment as well with Tanya Delas.
Okay.
Yeah, and she is, I would say, I'm very lucky to have that staff, much more experience than me, probably 19 or 20 years of experience. She was working with ILD before, and I'm very lucky to have her. She's a great asset for my business.
Yeah, excellent.
Surely.
Would you just like to outline for the committee and the objectors present what the ServeWise training is and how it's undertaken?
So ServeWise training has different modules and different videos and different pictures and things which you need to answer. There are options that why you should serve this person, do you serve this person, what are the reasons you don't serve the persons, what is the host responsibility, and there would be a couple of other things. A group of people just entered to the store. There was a question which was, I think, very helpful. A group of people after a rugby match comes to your store, they are half drunk. What would you do? Obviously, we would tell them, sorry guys, we won't be able to serve you, because they are almost intoxicated, I would say. Yeah, because they are half drunk anyway. They don't need any more drinks because we believe in social responsibility policy, and that's what we would put in the policy as well. Yeah.
Excellent. And your staff that you currently have obviously, they have all completed the ServeWise training, which is an online training available through the HBA website.
Yes.
Anybody can go on there and do that. The course is free of charge, and it's actually a very good, a good overview, you could say, a refresher for people. So it's admirable that you've done that training recently. In that situation where you mentioned about a group of people coming and they have already been drinking and they have been refused service, have you had that occur in your store?
No, never. No, never so far in the last 3 years, to be honest.
Excellent. Well, that's good to hear. In point 40 on page 64, and this is my last matter, you require, say that all staff will be required to hold an LCQ.
Yes.
Would you consider as an undertaking for the committee approve to that all staff would be required to hold a manager's certificate?
Manager's certificate, yes, yeah.
So you're agreeable to an undertaking that all staff employed at the Winton and Otatara stores are to hold manager's certificates?
Hold the manager's certificate, yes.
Okay.
But just in case, if we can't find a staff, say for example, if we can't find a staff, and if it's a good staff, then we can train them. We can do their LCQs and their managers as well under somebody's supervision, under some manager's supervision. Yeah.
Absolutely. So they can apply for the manager's certificate and be appointed as temporary managers in that regards until these certificates are issued.
Yes.
The training and application is progressing. Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Amber.
All my questions are at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Judd. Sergeant McNaught, have you questions on the police?
Mr. Chair, probably the only thing I was going to raise was in the initial statement, point 7, which Ms. Judd already covered off in relation to the reading the reports from reporting agents considered in non-opposition due to reputation as good person, etc. Ms. Judd's already covered that off. Police are of the same view there. And she's probably covered off anything else I had, so I don't have any questions.
All right, thank you. Ms. Grace, do you have questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Just a couple. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rafford, if you could please, it's just some conversations really about your operational side of things, and I apologise if I haven't picked up on it and I've asked again. So you talked about the supermarket being quite competitive around the beer and wine sales. Have you got a business plan where you're able to give us a general idea of the percentage of beer and wine you'll have in spirits and RTDs? Do you have that information?
So we don't actually have that information on hand at the moment, but I can say from the Orchara store that if I carry the same ranging as well, then obviously wine ranging is quite extensive. I have got it over there, which is more than supermarket as well. And supermarkets, to be honest, we won't worry about that because we can't drop prices like them, to be honest. We just deal with service and conveniency for people. So yeah, we would be having extensive range of wines. Craft beers, obviously, because that's on a good growth, and people just like to enjoy one or two occasionally. So that one, and RTDs, as we have just mentioned the plan in the application as well, for the photo of the chiller. So that's how probably the chiller will look like. There might be a few minor changes with addition or deletion of the products, but yeah, not too major changes.
Okay, thank you. Are you able to supply the committee an idea? I'm just looking at the proportion of spirits and RTDs as opposed to wine and beer.
Can do that, yes.
Thank you.
Percentage wise.
Sorry, can I is that floor space? Just to clarify, what format? Floor space, shelving, or skew?
No, just a percentage really.
Revenue?
Yeah, revenue on the comparison of the beer and wine and spirits and RTDs would be helpful. Thank you. The other question I had was, are you planning on doing any home deliveries at all from the off license?
No.
Okay.
No home deliveries.
Thank you. And wine tasting events at your premise?
Wine tasting events could happen, yes, but it will be supplied with free water and yes, which has already been stated in our policy as well.
Thank you, thank you. And one last question, just for the committee, or for their understanding or knowledge. Tobacco, what's your range of tobacco are you selling? Or?
Just a very small range. I don't carry that much range in Orchara as well. Just a very small range, and it will be all covered in a cabinet.
Great, thank you. And you'll do that wee bit of training. I mean, we can be involved with that, just with the smoke-free environments with your staff?
Yes, surely.
Committee, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grace. So now we can move to the objectors, the Ready Community Board. Councillor Fraser. Do you have any questions?
Yep, I do have a couple of questions. I'm just wondering, on the day you visited Winton to look on the Sunday morning, I think it was the 22nd of March, other than walking up or going on the main street and driving around the town, did you visit any of our reserves, parks, recreational sites, rivers, etc.?
No, I haven't done that, to be honest.
So they would be some of the major areas that we would be concerned with. Why did you not look in those areas when you were seeking to find the information about where rubbish would be or if there was an issue?
Well, because I think there hasn't been the issue which was highlighted by a lot of people. But yeah, there was rubbish all around the town. That's what people have highlighted. So I just tend to be just had a look at the town.
Yeah. So the town is relatively small, and In my experience, the rubbish does seem to get into those reserves. So that's certainly a concern that I would have. Also wonder, you mentioned sponsorship and things of that nature. Have you visited and talked to some of those clubs? Do you know who the club captains, those sort of people, have you talked to them?
No, haven't done that. Before I get the license approved, we just can't go and approach them. But yes, once we get the license approved, yes, I would love to go and meet them and talk to them, or any other needs as well, apart from sponsorship. If they want anything to be getting for the club or something, yes, I would buy that and provide that to the club. Yes, as a donation basis.
Thank you for your answers.
No worries. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Winton Medical Centre, Dr. Hewson.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And thank you to the applicant for your evidence and questions so far. So I just wanted to ask you some questions about the consultation under the local alcohol policy.
Sir, I'm going to have to object to this line of questioning because it's not a matter raised by my friend's client as an issue, and there's no evidence called by his witness claiming that the consultation was inadequate. It's just not an issue that is part of his client's case.
And with respect, sir, I don't understand where in the Act Mr. Young believes that I can't ask questions that have clearly been included and discussed in the applicant's evidence.
Well, I can answer that, sir, that it's called the principles of natural justice. And what that requires is that an applicant knows the issues that the objector intends to raise. And objectors are confined to raising issues at a hearing to those that they have put in their objection or addressed in their evidence. Now, I will have no issue with Ms. Allwood raising the LAP issue because she squarely mentioned it. But my friend's client has not. And if he can raise this issue, the problem becomes, well, what other issue that we have not been put on notice about and that is not in his client's objection or evidence can he also raise? It's well known, sir, that objectors are confined to their objections as to issues they can advance or pursue at a hearing. And I'm surprised my friend's suggesting that that's not well known.
Well, sir, on that point, there's nothing in the Act that says that. There's no case law that I'm aware of that clearly states that that is a restriction. But also, this point has been raised by the applicant, both in the original application and in the applicant's evidence, and we've heard discussion of it today. So clearly it is a matter before the committee, and I think it's appropriate that questions be asked about it.
Could you point out where in the applicant, in the medical centre's submission that it is referred to?
It's not explicitly referred to in the medical centre's objection, but the medical centre did provide a wide-ranging objection, and it did also speak to matters of suitability.
I'm actually inclined to agree with the statements made by Mr. Young.
Okay, sir, thank you for that. I'm sure Ms. Elwood will have plenty of questions to ask in relation to the local alcohol policy. Just wanted to turn to a question of deprivation. And these are matters that were raised in the medical centre's objection, broadly speaking. So I just wanted to turn first to page 13 of the hearings file. And this is a section of the agent's letter concerning deprivation.
Sir, I'm going to need to raise a similar objection. I have looked at this, but if my friend can take me to the objection or the evidence where the word deprivation appears, I'm happy for him to advance those questions, but I can't see it and I'm not familiar with it. I know there are health issues raised and I accept that, suitability is raised, I accept that, amenity and good order is raised. But the word deprivation does not appear anywhere in the objection or the evidence for the centre.
So, sir, health and deprivation overlap considerably. And I don't think by not including the word deprivation, the medical centre isn't entitled to ask questions about essentially the quality of life, the overall health, illness, and so on that the people living in this locality have. And a shortcut way of describing that is where that community sits on the deprivation index.
Well, once again, there's a different aspect to health and deprivation and the range of topics that submitters have raised. And so here again, I believe that other objectors have actually raised the deprivation issue. And can you tell me where specifically in the medical application that submission that it is highlighted?
Well, so the word deprivation, if I recall, and I'll take a minute to look clearly, so I'm not. So if you go to the medical centre's objection, you'll see there. Sorry, this is on page 108. Yeah. So, sir, that clearly the medical centre's raised concerns are relating to vulnerable communities in the second sentence. Again, deprivation is essentially a description of how vulnerable a population or community is. So they've raised the issue of vulnerable populations. They've raised health issues and the correlation between health issues and alcohol.
Once again, I think there's other submissions which have actually highlighted deprivation. There's a link in vulnerable's got a whole lot of aspects to it. I suggest you confine yourself to the matters raised in the submission, please.
Okay. Can I ask a question then about the applicant's understanding of the health of the people who are living in the locality in the kind of immediate vicinity, that sort of 50 to 100 metre radius that he used in undertake the work in relation to the local alcohol policy? Does he understand that the health issues or needs of the people in that locality?
Well, there is no issues majorly raised by Ministry of Health. If there would be, then yes, we would take that point as well. But as I'm aware of, there is no issues around the locality of the 50-meter radius that is caused by alcohol.
Okay. Would you accept that people who are poorer suffer greater health needs than the population generally?
Sorry, can you please clarify your question, Grant?
Would you accept that people who are poorer than the general population have greater health needs than the population generally?
No, I won't accept that, to be honest.
Okay. Just wanted to go back to the evidence that you gave in terms of answers to the questions raised by the medical officer. Sorry, I think it was the inspector. And this is just your background. So we hadn't heard before that you had worked at Thirsty Liquor, Cooper's Beach. And I just wanted to understand that was your first, I think, place you worked in, and you obtained a certificate from the Far North District Council. When did you start working at Thirsty Liquor, Cooper's Beach?
Just to be precise, it's 14th of November, 2014.
Okay. And how long did you work for at Thirsty Liquor, Cooper's Beach?
Till August 2015.
And then after that, did you shift to Te Anau?
Te Anau, yes, that's right.
Okay. And who did you work for there and for how long?
For the same owners, but they bought another store. So I worked out there for 2017 December.
So from 2015 to 2017. Or did you start? Did you have a gap?
2018. Yes, till December 2017.
So December 2017,
yeah.
And till when? How long did you work there for?
So from 1st of September 2015 to just before Christmas. I just can't remember the exact date, but to just before the Christmas week.
Okay. So from 2015 to 2017, you worked at Te Anau. What was the name of that store?
Thirsty Liquor Te Anau.
Okay. And then after that, did you open your store at Otatari?
No, then I went to India to get married and came back in March 2018. And then I started working for Pack and Save in Botany.
Yep. For how long?
For till December that year.
Yep. And then what did you do?
And then January 20, then I came to Te Anau to help the owners whom I was working for before, just to get the Christmas through, because in Te Anau Christmas is busy. So I came over there to help them for Christmas time and New Year's time. And 22nd of January 2019, we took over the store, or the Chara store.
Okay. So that's thanks for that. That's a bit clearer.
Back and Save as well, I was, just to make it clarify, in Back and Save as well, I was working for the liquor department. So I haven't been working for any other department here.
Okay. And how would you describe the community in Cooper's Beach? Are they a wealthy community?
There are a lot of fishermen. So there's it is a wealthy community. It is a bit of a mix, I would say.
It's a wealthy community, but I didn't quite get the next bit. What did you do?
It is a bit of a mix, I would say.
A bit of a mix.
Yes, won't be a total wealthy community.
Yeah. What do you mean by a bit of a mix?
So there will be a bit more people living average as well. Okay. And yeah, that's what I mean.
Yep. And then for Thirsty Liquor Te Anau, or how would you describe the community in Te Anau?
Oh, Te Anau is great. Look, no problems there. They have really nice people there in Te Anau. Plus, yeah, I still have relations with them. When they come to Invercargill, they come to my store to meet me, to say hello. That's it.
Okay. And what about Botany?
I can say Botany.
Yeah.
That was just for 7 or 8 months. That's it, right? Starting from April to December. That's it.
Okay. Okay. And how would you describe the community in Otatara? Is it a wealthy community?
It is a mixed community as well. Wealthy and working class people and retired people as well.
And how would you describe the people living in the locality that you're going to have your store in Winton?
About same as Otatara.
The vulnerable elderly people at the back of you.
Sorry, just to clarify that question, my friends use the word locality. I just want to know whether, does he mean a 1 kilometre radius, or does he mean all of Winton in terms of the question about people?
Okay. Well, maybe what we'll do is we'll just start with that 50 to 100 metre radius. What would you describe that the people living in that 50 to 100 meter radius, are they wealthy?
They would be average.
Average, okay.
Yeah. There, mind you, there are some businesses as well. So yeah, they could be wealthy, which
Yeah,
is
no, just talking about the people who reside there. So you'd say that they're average.
Yes.
Okay. And then just moving out beyond that 100 meter radius, let's say to a kilometer radius, would you see there being any difference between the people living within the 50 to 100 meter radius and those living within a kilometer?
There would be retired farmers, as it's mentioned as well. Retired farmers, so yeah, they would be well off, I would say.
So they're well off, the people living in there.
I would say, I would assume so, because Winton is a retired farming community.
Okay. And just going back to your experience, so throughout your experience, you haven't worked in a liquor store in a highly deprived community or a very poor community, have you?
That says not the security.
Sorry, sir, we're getting some other voices
Sorry.
coming over. We can't hear the question, that's
Sorry.
all.
Yeah.
Sorry. I just ask anyone who's not actually speaking at the moment, which is just Mr. Howson and Mr. Biddle, to please make sure that their devices are on mute.
Okay. So the question, sir, to the applicant was, has he worked in a bottle shop liquor store in a very poor community?
It will be. I would compare not poor community, to be honest.
No. Okay. No, that's fine. Thanks for that. Just wanted to turn to questions about the density of off licenses. Just wanted to check, sir, whether you're comfortable with me asking questions about that.
Well, I don't see any reference. Oh, well, actually, I do. Sorry, in the opening paragraph. So, okay.
Yeah. No, there's a few references through that objection. Thank you, sir. Just wanted you to be clear, what are the other off licenses within Winton?
So there is one New World, which is having off license, Super Liquor, and a liquor center. And there was a Bottom Pub as well, which closed down in 2016. So they were having off license as well, but it closed down in 2016.
Okay. And approximately how far away from your proposed premises are those three other off licenses?
Within 500-600 meters.
Yep. And in terms of the products you'll be offering, I think you've said you'll be offering a slightly different product range from the supermarket, and of course you'll be offering spirits and RTDs.
Yes.
Have you looked at the offerings of Super Liquor and the Liquor Centre?
Yes, I have.
How would you say, are you going to be any different from those two premises, or will your offering be pretty much the same?
I would be carrying more ranging.
More range.
Yeah, more ranging of wines, because I got extensive ranging. I have mentioned before as well. I've got extensive ranging of wines in my Odachara store. And yes, I would be definitely having more wine ranging from liquor center and super liquor, and even supermarket, I would call, and plus more 0% wines as well, which are in a real good growth. With supermarket, just don't carry enough range of, I think 2 or 3 wines they carry of 0% as far as I have seen.
Okay. And in terms of beer, will you be offering pretty much the same range of beer as those 2 off licenses?
In beers, we would be having more craft beers than 2 off licenses.
Okay. And could you just tell me what do you mean by craft beer?
So craft beer is a bit more flavored beer. So it's a bit rich in taste, but it's not watery kind of thing. Like all the Spades and Summit and Starnlager, it's kind of watery beer. So people who enjoys full flavored beer, so that's what I mean like a craft beer is.
Okay. Yeah. And how is it? So it's with a craft beer, it's just the flavor and style of the beer that differentiates it from, say, a mainstream beer?
Yes.
Are there any differences in terms of price?
Yes, it is higher price point. For a 6-pack, it will be, well, I would say, between $23 to $25 or $27 as well. If we see some beers, what I stock at the moment.
Okay. And in terms of beer products, will you be selling singles?
Yes, we'll be selling singles.
Okay. And will that be of mainstream beer?
No mainstreams beers and no RTDs. It will be either craft beers or either 500 ml cans.
Okay, so you'll be selling 500 ml cans of mainstream beer.
Yeah.
Okay. What's some examples of those you'll be selling?
I would say Kingfisher, Hagen, Carlsberg Elephant and things. Those are the examples of 500 ml mainstreams, I would say.
Okay. And what would be a price that you would offer those single cans for on special?
We never special that, and that never goes on bottle of special as well. We never special that.
Okay, never specials on those
no.
Single cans. What then would be the normal price?
So at the current store, I'm selling Kingfisher at $4.50, Carlsberg Elephant $4.50, Hagen $4.50.
Okay, so there's sales of
and there is a price rise coming as well. Sorry to interrupt you, Grant, but there's a price rise coming as well, which we have already got informed. So yeah.
Okay, but currently you're selling single cans of 500 ml mainstream beer, Kingfisher, Heineken for $4 per can. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, just not Heineken. It's Kingfisher, Carlsberg, and Hagen.
Oh, Hagen. Okay, sorry. And do you know if the other 2 liquor stores also in Winton also sell single cans at 500 mils?
Yes, they do.
And do you have any concerns about competition from those other 2 off licenses and the supermarket?
I will mean that there are some people again who have clearly raised single sales and price competition and objections, and this is not an issue that the medical centre raised. Talk more generally, as I understand, about health, and what I guess I need from my friend is if he could indicate the evidence that his witness will give that may be contrary to my client's view and put that to him, rather than abstract questions that are starting to quickly go off the submission, the objection topic, and into all sorts of other topics.
Well, sir, the objection clearly states at number 3, amenity and good order, proliferation of alcohol licenses normalises alcohol, leads to price competition and increases alcohol harm.
Well, I accept that, sir, but the single sales, there's no mention of single sales or conditions around single sales. And the issue there in terms of price competition is around amenity and good order. But what, as I say, sir, what would be helpful is if my friend could point to the evidence or submission point that he's relying on, so we know what the argument is and what the issue is, not just an abstract comment or question.
I think that would be helpful.
So, sir, in the objection, there is a concern of the Winton Medical Centre relating to price competition. So I was just asking the applicant whether he accepts that there will be price competition between his proposed premises and the other off licenses that are, well within 1 kilometre.
No, I would disagree on that because we have in Objector store, I have been running that store since last 3 years, never have been that price competition and things. And neither the bottle or banner nationally is competing with anybody in price terms.
Okay. So I just wanted to ask some questions in relation to staffing, which relates back to the second objection relating to the suitability of the applicant. I just wanted to ask some questions in relation to that.
Sir, if I can be heard, I'd object to that because staff training and systems is a separate criterion and it's not raised by this objector. In fact, it's not raised by any objector.
I agree. You have further questions, Dr. Howson?
Yes, sir. I'm just working through the questions I had prepared just to make sure there's nothing I'm missing. Just wanted to take the applicant to the evidence of Dr. Carolyn Stewart.
Page 110. Page 110, sir.
Sorry, everyone found page 110?
Yes.
Yeah. Just wanted to take you to paragraph 9 and the concerns of Dr. Stewart concerning high levels, or what she sees as high levels of alcohol-related harm in the area, especially amongst young people, families, driving offences, mental issues, and family violence. Have you any response to that?
No.
In terms of the object of the Act, do you accept Dr. Stewart's description of the object of the Act, and it goes to matters relating to disease and illness and injury?
Sorry, is that paragraph 11?
Paragraph 11, yeah.
So have a look at paragraph 11.
Yes. Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. So how do you plan to minimize these effects?
Well, that's why we have got a very strong social responsibility policy. And I would just like to mention that, I think it was attached as well, but I would like to mention that again.
So sir, if that helps the committee, it's at page 36 of the agenda.
And what particularly in the social responsibility policy addresses these concerns of Dr. Stewart?
So what we have said that as anyone appearing to be under 25 will be asked to produce identification before being served any alcohol in the minus point, plus identification and identification of IDs will be doing it, plus staff training will be doing it. So staff will be trained accordingly. And then, as I said, there will be a quarterly refresher as well. And once they'll do the service as well, once they start working for us. And bottle of franchisee have a training as well, which is just related to health and safety and the store presentation. So, and as we have said in the host responsibility policy as well, that we're not going to serve anybody in the school uniform, doesn't matter if they provide the ID or not.
Okay. And how does any of that, do you believe, minimize harm relating to disease or illness?
Well, we won't be, well, for the start, we would be looking at the people, the scab as well. If any of these two conditions matches, like speech, coordination, appearance, or behavior, then we won't be serving dead people as well. We would be like, sorry, we can't serve you because you are intoxicated. And I think we are taking a responsible step in serving alcohol to intoxicated people and irresponsible drinking people, to be honest.
Right, but you'd accept that those factors do not go generally to minimizing disease or illness, do you?
Obviously, I mean, there is not, we can minimize the harm, but we just cannot eradicate the harm. And that's what the objective of the Act says as well. Yes, there might be a few people with the disease already.
Well, it's Dr. Stewart's evidence that she sees quite a lot of patients with these issues. So it's not just a few.
So you take him to the paragraph, please.
Okay. She's further paragraphs down. So she is seeing firsthand negative effects from alcohol-related harm in her patients. So paragraphs 13, 14, 15.
Well, sorry, sir, I'm asking for the paragraph that talks about the volume or a comparison that says she's seeing more of this in Winton than she's aware of elsewhere. So my friend put the question to the witness, it's not a few, it's a lot or something like that, and I'm just trying to see what it is.
Sorry, so at the end of paragraph 12, I frequently see this in my practice in Winton. Look, so I think we probably have taken that as far as the applicant can. With paragraph 13, the concern of Dr. Stewart is the negative effect on fetal development and pregnancy. Are there any aspects of your social responsibility policy that speak to minimising that harm?
No.
Okay. And 14, Dr. Stewart's concern is she sees alcohol and assault, domestic violence as having a close connection. She's aware of that in her medical practice in Winton. Is there anything in your application or social responsibility policy that minimises that harm?
The paragraph 14?
Yeah.
No, I won't agree on the whole thing, to be honest, because not all the assaults are related to alcohol. That's what my belief is. And not all the domestic violence are related to alcohol.
Okay. But you'd accept that some assaults and some domestic
Some could be, and there will be New Zealand wide as well. They're just not in Winton. There would be some everywhere in New Zealand, but yeah, not just in Winton.
Yeah, okay. I accept that, but you're accepting that there is some in Winton.
There could be.
Yeah.
I haven't got any data for that, to be honest, Grant. But yeah, there could be. I'm not too sure.
Okay.
And neither I have seen any data as well.
And paragraph 16, in terms of mental well-being, is there anything in your application or social responsibility policy that speaks to minimising that harm?
See, that's what we have said in our application as well, that anything concerned with that will go to Salvation Army, because Salvation Army does this job. We are happy to do quarterly meetings with Lexi as well, Lexi Dunlop from Salvation Army, and see what issues are and what we can do to overcome that issues. But at the moment, as I can say, even MOH, if there would be an issue, if there would be a major issue, then yes, MOH would be aware about that and they would have reported that. That's what I say. That's what I can say.
Okay. In paragraph 17, her concern that parents buy alcohol for their underage children to drink at social gatherings, is there anything in your application or social responsibility policy that minimise the harm that she's concerned about there?
Yes, we have already said that if I'm aware, say for example, I'm serving on the counter or any of my staff is aware that the parents is buying alcohol for their kid, we would refuse to serve them.
Okay, where is that in the policy? I think yeah. So could you just point perhaps to where that is in the policy, that you refuse to serve parents who will be buying alcohol for their underage children?
Sir, if it might assist, I don't think the witness can find it immediately it might not be in there, and if it isn't, we'll acknowledge that, and if we find it, and it is in there, we will identify where it is.
Okay.
Just so we're not sitting, otherwise Mr. Rathod's going to read the whole application again.
Okay, I accept that, sir. Sir, that concludes my questions.
Good, thank you. Next is the Central Southland Presbyterian Parish Leadership. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Wallace?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The questions I have relating, firstly around the, as Darren pointed out earlier on, is about the rubbish around town. And, you know, on a drive through, do you actually see where the rubbish is? Or, you know, it's like a drive past. Now, most of the rubbish can be not just on the main street. It can be around anywhere. And as we put in our report, that it is usually within our car park area. Now, what?
Have you got questions for the applicant, perhaps?
Yeah, the question is, where do you actually look in the town for rubbish? And been there on just one day.
Sorry, I didn't got your question. Sorry.
Where in the town did you not see, or where did you look?
In the streets behind the premises and on the other side, Albert Street, Mackenzie Street, Park Street, Gerard Street, Janet Street, went everywhere over there, inland. Now couldn't see any mud, to be honest. Otherwise, I would have taken photos with it and try to address that concern as well.
Right, I don't have any more questions along that line. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have any other question at all?
No, not at all.
No. Thank you, Mr. Wallace. So the Winton Community Support Worker Committee.
Hello. One question I have is the policy on not serving children in school uniform. Is this so that they're not getting served during school time? Is that correct?
No, anytime in school uniform they come, anytime they won't get served.
Okay, so is that
outside the school hours as well?
Okay, so are you aware that Central Southland College Year 13s don't wear a school uniform, they wear mufti?
Yes.
You are aware of that?
I think I am.
So that would be the 18-year-olds at school and they don't wear a school uniform. So how would you deal with that?
Well, if they are not wearing school uniform, then obviously we won't be able to clarify, or the staff won't be able to clarify unless and until they know them personally.
So the ones that wear school uniform won't be 18. So yeah, that doesn't work too well for not serving school age children that are at school that are 18.
Right.
Another question I have is that you have neighbours immediately beside you down the driveway. So they're going to be fairly impacted. How are you going to minimise the traffic coming in and out, the noise from that, the lights at night? Then if you've got security lights, that is also going to be a nuisance to them. Noise, comings and goings.
So I don't personally think that the bottle store makes that much of noise. It's just customer in and out. I think I have read one decision as well from the authority about Pleasant Point, which says that noise is not a concern for the bottle store. So
it's going to be a lot more than what they've had previously.
Sorry, I just need to let the witness. Can you finish your answer?
Yeah, so authority has clearly stated in Pleasant Point that noise is not a concern for the bottle store because customers is in and out and they don't tend to make that much of noise. It's just next to nothing. So that's what authority has said, and I have read that decision. So,
are you talking about a case at Pleasant Point?
Yes.
Yeah. So did they have neighbours that were directly beside?
Yeah,
driveway?
they do have neighbors as well, just right next to them.
Okay. The other question I had is about the ATM, which, can I ask a question about that now?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So there's a lot of elderly in Winton that are Westpac customers, and now that the bank is gone, some of them, it's their only way of paying accounts. If they can't use their EFTPOS, they need to get cash out.
Yes.
How are they going to feel safe getting money out when people are coming, going, buying alcohol?
Well, in my view, how I think would be, earlier there was a bank and there was no camera facing that way. Now we would be having camera at the store entrance as well, which would be facing that way, where the ATM machine is. And we'll train the staff accordingly to keep eye on the camera, which would be just opposite to the counter, so they can easily keep an eye being on the counter. And that's how they'll be safe. It's just not with our customers, but if somebody is keeping an eye on elderly as well, from the road to get the money, they can get trapped in the camera as well. Because earlier there was bank, which was, in my view, closing at 4:30 or 5 o'clock, late by late 6 o'clock, but we'll be there till 7 or 8 o'clock. So I think it will be more safety for them being under that camera. Because we have to put the camera outside the premises anyway, and we will be going to do that. So there will be a bit more safety for the elderly and the people who are taking out the cash out from using the ATM.
I think there is a camera there now with the ATM, but in the way of safety, I'm more talking about, I think your doors are right beside the ATM.
Yes.
That's where you're proposing to put them, isn't it? Going
Yes.
forward.
That's
so
right.
it's more like the elderly getting money out when people are walking past them, and your staff will be busy at the counter serving other people. So
there will be just camera right in front of them on the TV at the top, so they can just constantly keep an eye on that, and the car park as well.
I think they will just feel more unsafe. But,
in my view, yeah, that could be a personal view, and I respect that. But in my view, would be that people would be having a bit more security at the night time than they are having at the moment.
I also have a traffic issue concern getting in and out of the car park. It is like, by the time you've got the flower garden in the middle of the road, you've got the crossing, you've got people, it's a main highway, main road, and it is fairly, there's not really the width for two cars, one to cut when one's coming out for another one to get in, and other people are also trying to get into the Caltex and the subway. But there is a few traffic issues there, I would think. Have you investigated that at all?
I think, yes, I thought about that. I think one car can come out and one can go inside. And the other thing is it's a 50K zone as well. And there is a pedestrian right in front of that. So everybody has to slow down before the store comes. So yeah, I don't see that as a traffic issue. Only customers are in and out. Sorry to interrupt you, but customers are in and out, and there are a couple of or 3 parkings at the front as well. Doesn't take long for a customer to buy a bottle of wine or a 6-pack of beer and can leave. Yeah. So it's not all the customers would be using that back parking. Some will. Yes, it's a conveniency thing for them, and some won't.
So have you actually tried getting a car in while another car is coming out?
Yes.
So, because there's a small driveway, like for driving in, it's not wide enough for 2 cars, I don't believe.
I think so it is. I think so it is.
Have you tried that?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman. Right, Winton Motorcycles, do you have any questions?
Yeah, well, you're asking if I got any questions.
Yes, of the applicant based on the application and the evidence that they presented.
No exact questions, just their you want me to express my concerns of what we,
No, just if there's any particular questions you've got of him to clarify something in your mind of.
no, pretty much what he said is most of my questions. Still got my concerns for what our security in the backyard might be, but.
So you'll be able to raise those when you give your evidence, but this is just questions of the applicant now.
Yeah, no, that's, I've
So you're
got all
okay.
I need.
Right, thank you. Winton Apartments.
Yes, I do have some questions, please. So
Okay.
I take it that we now have agreement that the premise at 280 Great North Road is a sensitive premises. The two residential flats are.
Yes,
Yes.
at the
okay.
backside, yes.
Yes, because I'm just going back to your brief of reply that said that they weren't. So I take it from what we've talked about today that you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why did you not think they were previously?
Sorry?
Why did you think that they were not residential previously?
Well, because at the front, it's a commercial building. So, yeah, that's the reason I thought it won't be. But yes, it is a sensitive premises, yes.
But I
because it's a
advised you
residential.
that- Yeah, I advised you that that predominant use of 280 Great North Road, back in August, I advised you of this, was residential.
Yes,
Yet you still didn't go and have a look.
I did. I did go and had a look. Plus, I did talk to the, I think there are a couple of, I shouldn't say, but elderly ladies live in their two flats. I did had word with them.
Yeah. Did you have a look after you completed your brief of reply?
No, it was before.
Or why in your brief of reply did you say that you did not have sensitive premises next door?
Well, I think it
Your brief of reply.
it says, it always says in that thing, in that, I will get back to that page. And it says it is a sensitive premises. That's page number 44.
Now, if I go to your brief of reply,
Yeah, so go to
go to
page,
the brief of reply, which is on what page? Sorry, I'm not sure of how to get there. Please.
so you go to your reply evidence.
Right at the back, yeah.
Yep, and I think it's paragraph.
So what page is the brief of reply on, please?
It starts at 234, and I believe it's paragraph 5 at 235, where it says 284 Great South Road does not border a sensitive site. And Mr. Rathod has clarified that he accepts that it does, and that evidence was an error.
That's not quite what he just said just beforehand. So I'll come back to talking to him. And also, while I'm here, I'd like to say it's Great North Road. So perhaps this is where the confusion comes, and the fact that you didn't.
Not Great South Road. Yep, there was a typo error.
Yeah, and the fact that you didn't complete your brief of evidence like you've stated you did before.
Sorry, what's the question?
Well, we can't have it both ways. We can't have Mr. Rathouse saying, I went and talked to the people back in August and said they were commercial, and then I've gone and done my brief of evidence and said that they are residential, even though he said he went and saw that they were residential back in August. So which way does it go?
I think the question, sir, if I can cut to it, is whether Mr. Rathod accepts that he has a typographical error in paragraphs 5 and 6, and also made an error in saying that the Great North Road does not border a sensitive site. He's accepted that that was an error and that was wrong.
There was an error and that was wrong, yes.
But he just said.
I gather that, so I don't see the point in relitigating it. Yeah. I don't know what that adds to this discussion.
I'm about to head to where? Yep, I'm about to head where. Sorry. I'm just talking about how we went about identifying sensitive premises. And I find it difficult when he couldn't recognise that the two places next door were residential before we come to here. Even in the brief of reply, it says it does not. So this is my question, is is that reasonable? Does he think that's reasonable when he couldn't identify his neighbours?
I mean, there was completely an error, and I accept that as residential premises. And yes, and I'm not denying that.
But you said you went and met with the people.
Yes, I did.
And did they look like that they were residential then?
Yes.
Oh, they did. So back in August, when you went to meet with them, they looked like they were residential people.
Yeah.
So that makes them a sensitive premise.
There was, I would like to take you to page 45 as well, in which it says that there is a chart, consultation within 50 meters of subject site. Mm-hmm. And it says that, yes, it is a sensitive premise.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Right. So what I wanted to ask is I want to ask some questions around the LAP, around the questions around consultation that come in out from that. And you'll see in my submissions and evidence and reply brief that this is what I talk about. And so we've established that these are sensitive sites. And you say that you undertook consultation. And the inspector for SDC also summarises the requirement of the LAP in her report at pages 73 and 74. Do we need to have a look at those, please?
Page 70,
73 and 74.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is from the inspector's report, and she notes that it has been noted that the responses from all the parties approached has not been received. And would you not say that consultation is about getting some communication with people and getting some feedback from people?
Well, that's what we tried to do when I went with the letters to
Yep.
people, see what they say. Yeah, the people who has said, say, for example, Lexi from Salvation Army, she has said that, yeah, there are a few problems. What can we do to mitigate? That's why I was over there. Plus, in the thing you talking about was point number 1, limiting the.
No, you're on the wrong. So pages 73 and 74, the inspector's report.
Yes, yeah.
Yep. That's right. And over this page, it talks about sensitive sites. And the question, sorry, I apologise, I get this wrong. The question is, do you think consultation should include feedback? So if you can answer the committee about what feedback you may have got or didn't get.
Yeah. So whatever feedback we have got from the particular side, there will be number 1 from Preston Russell Law, Rebecca McLeod. When I handed over the letter to her, she said that, yeah, cool. I said, can you please pass it on to the landlord as well? Anyway, I was about to contact you, but before that, she passed on the letter to you and you came back to me. So, which was a good thing. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. She even asked me that, can you please put a light at the front so that, because sometimes in winter time we finish late and it gets darker early, so that the side door, there is too much darkness over there. I said, yes, if council allows us to do that, yes, we will be putting a light there. The lady at 2B, I think, she said, yeah, she haven't got any issues. Plus, the lady right at the back, she said it might be noisy and things. She said it could be noisy. But apart from that, she didn't raise any concern.
Okay. I do wonder why you didn't put my response in along with the other responses that you chose to put in.
Your response, we have already submitted in the evidence.
You include in the brief of reply, but you didn't include it in the brief of evidence.
So is that the application, the table in the application, is that?
I know that was my reply directly back by email. So that has not been included, that was not included in your application.
No.
No, not in the application. Not in the application. We have attached that email to our evidence, which
No, to your
is,
brief of reply. It was in your brief of reply that you attached it.
yes.
Why did you not acknowledge it beforehand?
Well, because yes, what my understanding out of that was that you don't like a bottle store over there, but then you showed me the other premise, which was the bottom up premise, which I felt is just on the main road and would be a big access to the people. I mean, it will be lighted at the front and it will be easy access for people. So that's why I chose this premises.
Yeah. Now, my response is, why didn't you include it when you included the people? My question is, you included the people that you thought gave you approval, but didn't include my response.
In the table, you mean? In the initial application?
Now, in your evidence, when you included the approval people, or what you call approval people, but you didn't include my response.
In the evidence we have, in the second evidence, brief of evidence.
So the question is, why did you not include it in your first evidence? Just try and answer.
Yeah, in the first evidence. What page number it was?
So it starts at page 234. It's your first, sorry, it's not right, it's your second statement. I apologise, sir, I don't mean to intervene, I'm just trying to get the question focused and get an answer.
I understand. I can't help wonder what the relevance of the question is all the same. We're here investigating the benefits or non-benefits of this application. I don't know that this is helpful.
Okay, so does this not come back to looking at the LAP policy?
It certainly does.
Yep.
But issues of whether your response, the applicant has acknowledged that he made a mistake over the classification of your property, whether it was sensitive or not. I think that's accepted, and it would actually be more productive to move on.
Okay. Okay. I see that, so part of my reason for identifying this is I see that there's other sensitive sites on the map that is included here that have not been identified as sensitive sites, or we haven't talked to the tenants of those sensitive sites.
I have personally been talking to them.
Okay, are you aware of the Croquet Club?
Sorry, I didn't got you.
Are you aware of the Croquet Club?
Croquet Club?
Yes.
No.
Okay, the Croquet Club is situated at 2 Railway Road.
Well, it says that the premises in the council's report, it says that it's Southland District Council. Sure it does.
Sorry, just to assist the witness, is the Croquet Club a sensitive site within 50 metres?
Yes. Identified on your plan.
Yeah, at page 41, if you can just identify on that plan, that might help.
Yeah, the 2 Railway Street is the Croquet Club rooms.
Just over here, just beside that.
Okay, so you can understand the. Okay.
Yes. So in the chart, it says that the name of the property, which we have got from council, it states that it's owned by Southland District Council, landowner. We have been there and delivered the letter to the council in the Winton, which is in the library.
Did you walk around the area that you plan to have your bottle shop in?
Yes.
Okay, did you not see the Croquet Club with the big sign and the croquet paddock field when you were doing your walk around?
Could be unnoticed, to be honest.
So on your map, so this is where I get back to, we've been supplied information here and there's been no verification about whether it's correct or not. And these are why I'm asking these questions, because when you would walk around these sites, you would see that there was a croquet club. And that is a sensitive premise under the definition of the LAP, is it not?
Sorry, so I think you're just pulling up an electronic version of the policy.
No, I'm just trying to.
So what I could say is that the table at page 45 accepts that that's a sensitive site. It's got yes in the sensitive column.
Mhm.
And it would be a community facility
Yep.
under the definition.
Yep. So was the croquet club contacted?
Susan, you answer.
The croquet club. Sorry, because it was in the council report, what we have got as consultation within 50 meters of the subject site. It says that their property is Southland District Council landowner. So we have just given letter to them.
Okay, so if you walk around Winton, where you intend to have your bottle shop, you will see this if you took a walk around. Did you take a walk around your neighbourhood?
No, not a walk around that way, but yes, I did other places as well because I was walking and giving these letters, and it was consultation through walking.
Yeah. So in the 50-metre zone, I would expect that you would have gone and looked at everyone there. That's just my feeling. I make another point that the weaker preschool, you've got down as a residence, and when you go there, you actually see that the properties are operated as one joint property. So I make that comment about that. So if you took your walk around, you would know that, wouldn't you?
The Wake Up Preschool.
Yeah. No, but if you went for a walk around Winton, and did you see the toy library?
Yes, yeah, there was work
Where is the
happening.
toy library.
Carry on, just answer.
Sorry?
Where is the toy library?
There was toy library or just the normal library.
No, the toy library. Where is the toy library?
It is, there was work been happening at that time.
No, when you walk around your 50-metre zone, where is the toy library within that? Where does it sit in relatively to your 50-metre zone?
It's just beside Wake Up Preschool.
It's across the road.
Yes.
Yeah, so you haven't actually seen where it is. It's across the road. So I get why I'm bringing up these points is we talk about the fact that we have to take the information that we're given by the applicant as being correct, and I don't agree with it. So that's why I'm bringing up these points. I also didn't agree with the fact that when you visited Winton, you didn't see any other properties on Great North Road with a frontage available. Now, when I went to Winton, I did see them. So why is there a difference between what I see and you see there? Because I was out walking.
Well, in the email, as I can see, you have mentioned bottom pub premises, which is just also close to the residential. And it is frontage is just right on the road.
Okay.
And
yeah. What about 257 Great North Road, the old Reds Cafe building?
257?
Yep. So it's the side of the old Reds Cafe building. Did you see that? It's an empty building. There are quite a few empty buildings.
I'm not aware about that building because I knew about the bottom pub. I knew about this building because it was listed on TradeMe. And I'm not aware about their premises.
Well, there's a number of empty buildings when you walk around that are not adjacent to sensitive sites.
But then it's close to the Salvation Army and things.
And it's not within your 50 metres. It's not any different really. Whichever way you go, it's not.
No, I'm not talking about 50 meters. I agree. I'm not talking about 50 meters, but yeah, it will be much closer to Salvation Army and school.
Now, what about 319 Great North Road? It's further away from where you are proposing to put your shop.
No, because what I see in this building is because it's a secured building as well, and the nature of the business needs a secure building.
That's 319.
So the witness needs to be able to finish his answer.
Okay.
And it might also help if perhaps he can just get a map up so he can see where 319 Great North Road is, because and the objector is able to ask these questions. I'm not taking issue with the questions, but at least he needs to have time to understand what the question is. So I don't know whether, do you want to just pull up a map so you can see where 319 is, and just give the witness a moment to have a look at that. So the question that the objector's put to you is, what about 319 Great North Road? And if you have knowledge of that property, share it. If you don't.
No, I don't have any knowledge of that property.
The reason I bring these points up is because when I read your brief of evidence, these points were just not correct. If you had a look around Winton, you would see why they were not correct. And then that makes me wonder what else is not correct. And I look at the fact that when I lived in Winton, and I have lived in the building adjacent to where you want to put your bottle store in, I cleaned up the bottles. And as I think every other resident does in Winton, because we want it to be a good, clean town. But that's just because you don't see it does not mean that we are not out there cleaning up the rubbish. And I think that says a lot about the people of Winton. So that's why I asked those questions.
Well, the times when I've been to Winton, I haven't noticed any of those things, but that's just my thing. I haven't noticed any of those things, but there could be rubbish at times. I'm not denying that. But I don't see that in my visits in Winton. It's not because I wanted to put a bottle store over there, but it's just I haven't seen. That's it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I do have another question, please. Of the other landlords that you contacted, like in your list, who else responded? Like of the people that you posted letters to, who responded to you, please?
Well, the people who have responded, we have already attached that attachment in the application.
But you didn't attach mine originally. Was that a mistake not to attach it?
No, it was a mistake, to be honest. And there was nothing that I don't want to attach yours, but it was just a pure mistake. I accept that.
So
and which we have attached in the brief evidence as well.
Yeah. So we're the only landlords that responded out of that whole list of people?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that's quite a low response rate?
Well, I don't know what people think and what they think about the bottle store, but it just depends on people who wants the property and who lives there.
Yeah. Would it suggest that maybe they didn't get your letter that you posted to them?
Well, I have posted on the right addresses. I have contacted them on hand as well, whatever I can or whom I can contact straight away. I tried second day as well, that if I can contact their property owners.
What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you just said there, please.
I tried to contact second day as well, if I can contact to the tenants over there or the property owners.
Okay. You know, in the letter that you sent to people, so there are two different versions of that, and I'll get more into that in my brief of evidence.
Yes.
But why didn't you include anything about selling tobacco and vaping products?
I think we.
Sorry, what was the question? Sorry,
the letters that were sent to the people or delivered to the people, why didn't it include anything about selling tobacco or vaping products?
Go to page 42, that's the letter.
Yes, we haven't included in the letter, but we have included in the application.
Why didn't you include it in the letter?
Because that was my thinking that if we are putting a bottle shop there and putting the products which is sold by bottle stores, that is one of the products as well, which most of the bottle stores sell. So yeah, that could be the thing.
Yeah, the licensing inspector also notes that that wasn't included in the letter as well. And I think that's quite important when people are actually looking at an application about knowing what is going to be happening in their community.
But Emma, sorry to interrupt you, but Ministry of Health has included in their letter that they will be selling the tobacco as well.
Okay. And you would think it's quite reasonable that you would sell tobacco and vape products, given that you do that in Otatara store?
Look, that's more of a conveniency for my customers. And if committee thinks that no, that is, it would be a risk selling that product, or there will be a risk to the building as well, then hey, look, I'm happy to take that condition. Or won't. I'm open to the condition that I won't be selling that product.
Okay, so you have a business plan. Do you have a business plan of how you operate this shop?
Yes, not written over here, but yes, trainings and things I do. Yeah, trainings, how the shop would be managed, how the shop would be laid out, what hours the shop would be operating. Yes.
Yeah, and the products that you'll sell.
Yes, and the products I will sell.
Yep. So you've already stated that you can't compete with the supermarket across the road for wine. Okay. So if we can't compete there, and I suspect that you want to have some business, you would be concentrating, say, on selling the spirits?
No. The difference between supermarket and bottle store is why customer comes to bottle store to buy beers and wines is just conveniency. And I say that I would be having better extensive ranging of wines. So yeah, they do come for different wines which they cannot get at the bottle stores or the New World. So it's more of kind of conveniency and service to the customers.
Okay, and along with the tobacco as well.
Tobacco, again, I say that, yeah, I'm happy to, if committee thinks that, yeah, it's not safe to sell tobacco there in that premises, Winton premises, yes, I'm happy to take that condition.
Mm-hmm. So in your business plan, because a lot of the information you've provided compares Otatara and Winton, so you've got your business plan because you already operate a shop in Otatara.
Yes.
So I look at this, and in your business plan and the licensing inspector and, sorry, what's the medical officer report, they've both looked at your plans that you have on paper. And I think, because I don't know how to run an alcohol shop, one of the questions I do have is around your staffing and the fact that in the tables you provide, you expect to be in 2 places at once.
So I do have to intervene. I do have to intervene now, and I don't want to be restrictive on a lay person asking questions, but I think it's good to ventilate these issues. But products other than alcohol, neither of these criteria, staff training systems, or products and services other than alcohol are raised in the objection. So there's no mention of concerns around cigarettes or vapes or business plans or staffing in this objection. But I'm in your hands because, as I say, it's different with fellow council that should understand the rules, but I just wanted to signal that we're going well beyond what I understood were the concerns from this objector.
I accept that. As happened earlier, Ms. Aylward, I just ask you please to contain yourself to the matters raised in your objection.
Okay, I'm sorry, I would have had other matters raised, but I thought that that's what the licensing inspector would do and the medical officer, they would actually verify the information that was given to them. And if they did that, they would realise that the rosters proposed don't work in reality.
Okay. The other questions?
Yes, I'm just about there. Because I'm not sure how to do this. This is my first time I've ever doing this. And so I do talk about the deprivation and density levels in my submissions. And I refer those back to the information from the applicant and around like the fact that in that zone, there's mention from the agent that there aren't residential places in the deprivation zone of 9. And I don't think that that is right. And I just wondered if that's what the applicant now agrees to. Like we look at back and we see that the agent only talks about commercial, but there's a number of people living in those areas. So I wondered if that's what this applicant now agrees with too.
Do you have a response to that, Mr. Braddock?
So sorry, I don't want to be difficult to the objector, but just where in the application is he saying that the agent doesn't recognise as residential? I know that the application somewhere says there are commercial properties in that area. Just want to get to the statements, and Mr. Rathod can read that and then he can answer your question.
I'm talking about in the application file from his agent originally, when they start to talk about the deprivation levels and the fact that it's not recognised that there's residential people there. And I just wonder if we had recognised all of these things at the start, that everyone's approaches would be different here. That's why I asked this question about.
Right, so that I think, sir, that's page 13 under the heading deprivation index.
Page 13.
Yes, page 13, and it says there the 2018 deprivation index shows the immediate area to be a mix of levels running through most of the scale. As noted, however, that sites rating 9 to 10 on the scale are commercial areas, and I believe the point that the applicant is making is there is also residential in that 9 to 10 deprivation. Do you accept that?
Yes.
Answer to the committee, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so my reason for asking this is because I looked at Winton's deprivation level, and this is based from information from the SDC licensing inspector. And within her report, she puts in the median income for Winton at 31,500, with the rest of New Zealand being at 51,844. Would we therefore say that Winton people earn less money than the rest of New Zealand?
Is that page 80 of the agenda?
It's in the SDC inspector's licensing report. I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to find that again.
That's all right. Page 80 under the heading Statistics New Zealand data, I think is where, if you could just familiarise yourself with that.
Yeah, it's in the SDC licensing inspector's brief of evidence. So using those figures, if we looked at those, that would say that the Winton people earns only 61% of income of the rest of New Zealand. So back to when we were talking, when Sujan was talking about, he thinks that Winton has got a high number of retired farmers that wouldn't, with good incomes, this would not support that. The statistics from the licensing inspector does not support that. Or do you think it does?
So the question is whether you accept that data indicates that the average weekly salary or income in Winton is less than the New Zealand average? That's the first question. Can you answer that?
Well,
for the committee?
that's the council data. Yes, I do.
And could that suggest that Winton isn't made up entirely of wealthy retired farmers?
No, it's not. Not entirely with the farmers. It's a mixed population, as I said before, like Archara, working class people, business owners, and retired farmers, and that's what Archara's population is.
So if I look at these facts presented, Winton people on average earn less and have less money in their hands by 61%, like they only earn 61% of the rest of New Zealand. Or to put that a different way, they don't have enough income to buy discretionary items, especially now that we also have inflation kicking in as well. So this is why I personally look at this and wonder why you think you can add value to the Winton community.
Well, I was looking at the wider market as well. Like 6,000 people relies on Winton. As far as I can understand from winton.co.nz, that 6,000 people relies on Winton. Plus they're working on farms, the wider community. The wider community works on farm, and some of the people who lives in Winton works on farm as well. Yeah, that's what I was coming from. That's where I was coming from.
So this is about the deprivation level. It's not about the density. So deprivation is about people's incomes and their ability to spend on discretionary items and also to support their life sustainably and to look after their families. So when you bring something else like this into the community, you reduce that impact, do you not think?
We would be responsible in serving the people, obviously, under Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act 2012. Yes, we would be responsible serving the people. Yes, we are happy to take measures as well, like talk to Lexi if there is an issue, if somebody cannot afford the basic necessity, and if they are coming to buy alcohol, we won't serve them. We would say, hey, look, now we have been aware about this, and we would be keeping a record of that people, and we won't be serving that people.
Do that under the Human Rights Act?
No, we will go to Salvation Army and get the data from there.
So I should probably, Section 24 says there's no obligation to serve anyone, but it does say it's subject to the Human Rights Act. So there is the issue that you need to treat people fairly, but that's set against that. If you hold a license, as you'll know, there's no obligation to serve. People do self-ban from off license and non-license like you do in gaming. And I've been involved in cases in Te Puke where in consultation with police, certain individuals are identified and refuse service for their own benefit. If that individual took that to the Human Rights Commission as a breach of their human rights, I don't know what the outcome would be, but it's never happened. But the practice of either self-banning or in consultation with agencies not serving certain persons does occur occasionally. It's not widespread. I'm sorry to deepen, but the objector is right. There is that qualification about the Human Rights Act. There's no case law around that. Generally speaking, the no obligation to serve receives much greater emphasis than the breach of the Human Rights Act. And that's the same as if a gang member arrives in a patch and you say, sorry, we're not serving you either a non-licensed or an off-licence, you stray into this complex issue, but it is open to a licensee to say no to any person.
Well, what happens if a gang member does turn up with a patch, just as you said, and you decide not to serve them? What will happen in that situation?
So, sorry, that was, sorry, I don't need to, I shouldn't be answering questions. I don't want to.
Well, just while we are. Oh, well, okay, what will happen to
It's more of an on-licence issue, that particular one, where you refuse people entry to a tavern due to gang paraphernalia. But sir, I'm sorry I've intervened. I just wanted to mention the human rights issue because it is in the Act, but I should stop because really it's for the witness to address the questions.
Okay. So, if you are presented with a gang member with a gang patch, what are you going to do?
Well, if he is buying the alcohol under the law, and won't be able to refuse him because yes, if he is following the conditions, he's sober, he's coordinating properly, his appearance is fine, he's not misbehaving or anything, or yeah, his behavior is all right, then yeah.
Okay, because I noticed that you have a security system or plan around, yes. If you have a problem, you will call the police. Is that right?
Yes, yeah. If the staff cannot handle the problem, yes, we will call the police.
Okay. Are you aware that there will be no police in the police station across the road?
Yes, but there would be somebody on call.
Local?
In the daytime.
Yeah, well, are you likely to have problems in the daytime or likely to have them at night when no one can see what is happening?
Well, it could be nighttime, but then we'll be having security of the building, putting the shutters at the front. Nobody can enter from the back side as well, from the back entrance because it's grilled. All the windows are grilled as well.
Okay. What about the people next door?
People next door, you mean the residential?
No, the residential tenants next door. You've just said your shop will have shutters.
Yeah.
And a grill that you'll pull down. What about the people next door in the residential properties?
They will be.
I'm not sure what the question is, sir.
Oh, no, so what? So Jim's just said his security for his shop is he's got shutters and a grill that he will pull down and do all those types of things if he has a problem. I'm asking, what will the people next door do if he has a problem? I'm asking his comments on that.
In my view, if somebody is there to steal something, obviously they'll just try and get in the building very fast and exit the building. And I haven't heard of many incidents that they've been harassing the neighbors and causing them harm. Not in Northshire as well. I don't think so. I have heard in Winton as well, as per my knowledge.
You can get your shutters down and your grill and everything in the time when you think someone's going to steal from you. I don't.
Well, it's just the bottle store security, which we usually do. I do have shutters at Archar as well. I do have windows at Archar as well, back door. So it's just the security we just keep all the time.
Okay. So the last part that I do have to talk about is density. So, and I think what we're doing is we're all working on this figure of 6,000 population in Winton. Is that right? Is that what you think it is?
Yes.
Okay. So at the moment, and I'm looking at the LAP policy, but that when I'm making these comments around density, at the moment, we have consistent density between Invercargill and Winton being applied. Are you aware of that?
Consistent density between Invercargill and?
Yeah, so there's consistent density in this policy. So this policy, this LAP sets out, and it's about identifying the recognition of significant harm that the excessive consumption of alcohol has in our communities. That's what it states. So then if we look at the population basis and the number of licenses, as it sits, the ICC, which is the Invercargill City Council, and the SDC, when comparing Invercargill and Winton, have applied their policy consistently. the numbers say.
So I've got the policy in front of me, sir, and I just don't know. I think what the objector is saying is that the ratio of bottle stores per head of population is the same in Invercargill as it is in Winton. I think that's what, but there is, I don't know anywhere in the evidence or in the LAP where it says that. So unless you can take that to us, the witness can't answer the question.
My comment was around density. So when I'm looking at the density levels, and my witness Belinda Fowler will talk about deprivation and density levels, I bring this up because at the moment we have a consistent policy being applied.
So what do you, the question I have is, when you say you've got a consistent policy being applied, what do you mean? Sorry, sir, to intervene, but where is the evidence that shows that the density or number of off licenses per head of population is the same in Winton as it is in Invercargill or wherever else?
Well, if I take the numbers supplied by the applicant.
Which numbers?
The numbers that say that you have you have 3 existing.
Yes.
Yep, so you would have 3 existing places. Hang on, I'll just get to my. So, and we've got 6,000 people.
Yes.
So I have.
So at a very rudimentary level, that is 1 per 2,000.
It is.
I guess what I'm then looking for is where it says it's 1 per 2,000 in Invercargill.
Well, as it sits at the moment in Invercargill, it's 1 to 3,000.
So it's different.
Well, it's fairly consistent in comparison to if there becomes another one in Winton, we come 1 to 1,500, which means that there's twice as many. I'm looking at density here and making a comment around density.
Sorry, sir, thank you for clarifying that. I guess, what's the question for my witness?
The question is, if we're looking at density, does he realise that the density level currently in the Southland District Council and the ICC in relation to Invercargill and Winton is the same, pretty much, and it will go out of kilter with another bottle shop there?
Well, sir, the witness can't answer the question because the objectors just accept that it's not the same. I guess if she has data that shows that it's 1 per 2,000 in Invercargill, and
I said it's near enough. It is near enough to that. I didn't say that I accept it as being different now. I said it's consistent now. The policy is consistently applied, is what I said.
Sir, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, could I try and frame a question to the witness that I think will deal with this?
Yes, yes, you can. I think the density regarding the metropolitan area and the rural area is possibly applied a little bit differently. But continue, please. Frame the question as a way that you can respond.
Is it within you? Are you aware that the density of off licenses in Winton is currently greater than the density of off licenses in Invercargill?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Okay. So that was my question. And that is the end of my questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, so it is now 2:05. It's just from the objectors, Darren Fraser, to go. Darren, do you have many questions?
Probably not a huge number. Maybe 10 minutes.
Sorry?
15 minutes. 10 to 15 minutes at most.
Oh, I think we better leave it till later. Sorry. Thank you.
All good.
Okay, so we'll take a break now till 3:15.
Sir, just quickly, I'll let the witness understand he's under cross-examination. I'll make him aware that he can't talk to me about the case and take care of those things. So he's aware of the restrictions, given he's still under cross.
Thank you very much. Good.
Thank you.
So you
We'll see you at 3:15.
can't talk to me about the hearing
Right.
because you're still under cross.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah, so you just need to, I'll get you something to eat.
Yeah.
Maybe if you want to go for a walk, some fresh air,
Mhm.
and then come back and something to eat. But we can't talk about the hearing because you're under cross-examination.
All right. Yeah.
So it's just one of the rules.
Fair enough.
So, do you actually go for a walk to get some lunch?
You're not muted.
Oh, that's all right. I'm not saying anything illegal. So, go and get some lunch.
Okay, welcome back. And we'll resume from where we left off. So Darren Fraser, are you able to come forward now and ask your questions?
I am. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a issue of clarity. Are my witnesses allowed to ask questions?
No, they're not.
No. Okay. I will have a couple of questions that I'll ask on their behalf then. So that will be entirely appropriate. So it might go slightly more than the 15 minutes. I think we established in the last set of questions that your statement around Winton being a town full of retired farmers wasn't quite correct, and it's good that you're learning about our community. I'm not sure that the hearing's the best time to learn about it, but interested to know what research you've done into the issues that the young people in Winton are facing and any issues or problems that are being experienced in the community around youth or young adults.
Well, that is the reason we went to Salvation Army, because that was the best one which we can approach and get the information from them. What are the problems, what are the actual problems, and see what we can do to minimize that.
So what issues did they raise?
They said that parents do buy alcohol for their kids sometimes. Then they said, what's the need of another liquor store? And the other one was about minors will get alcohol and old people buy alcohol for their kids, cheaper alcohol, it would be cheaper. And what is the need of another liquor store?
Yeah. Are you aware how long Andy and Lexi have lived in Winton?
No, I never asked him.
So that would always be a good question to gauge someone's knowledge of a town. They've been here about 2 years and they're actually about to move. Yeah, that's a disappointing thing for the community because they are good people. But obviously they would have a fairly limited knowledge. Wondering if you spoke to any rural support trusts or those involved with rural mental health at all?
No, never approached them.
So you've acknowledged that you're servicing the area of 6,000 people, which has a number of rural communities and people working in isolated areas, but you've done nothing to research any issues that may occur in that environment?
Well, what we have done is just went to Salvation Army, yeah.
So that would be a yes, you've done nothing to investigate what's happening in the rural sector with, other than asking someone who's been here for 2 years?
Yes.
So I've put it to you then that mitigating the harm of alcohol that could be caused would be a very difficult thing to have a plan of if you don't know what the issues are. I'm interested in your comment on that.
See, one reason is, yes, we will get in touch with the people more and more, and the boards more and more, and we are happy to do that all the time, like every quarter or something. And we can go and talk to them, or the local staff can, because they live right in Winton, or they live locally, they will be able to let me know the issues, and I can go and approach the right club or right department.
So who in this community would be the right clubs or the right departments to talk to offer that services?
Well, as you are talking about the rural club, we would go and approach them.
What rural club?
The club outside Winton.
Do you know who that person would be, or?
I
Something
don't know
else
the
you have to research.
No, I don't know the specific person, Mike. But yeah.
Okay, I think it would be pretty well known in the rural community that there are the Rural Support Trust and a number of other organisations that are working in that space, and it would surprise me that it surprises me that after consulting and having plans to mitigate the harmful effects of alcohol, you haven't talked to those people. But we'll move on from there. Sorry, just reading my next question. Just confirming, you've said that your main, I guess your unique selling point for your business over the other stores is convenience, is that correct?
Yes.
So your business is about making...
Not other stores as compared to supermarket.
Yeah, so your business is about making alcohol easier to obtain for people in our community.
It's not easier, well, because people go to supermarket frequently than what they come to us, to the bottle store. But convenience means I'm talking that they don't have to wait, no wait, they don't have to go to supermarket just to buy a beer or a bottle of wine.
So you are saying that you're making it more convenient and therefore easier for people to purchase alcohol?
But it's not about that sort of conveniency, but it's just about service as well. I did mention the service, convenience and service.
Okay, I'll leave that one there. May agree to disagree. You've also acknowledged that alcohol can cause harm, is that correct?
Yes.
What sort of harm have you seen alcohol cause in small rural communities?
I haven't came across many, but as far as I know, it can cause disability or some sort of disorder or to a woman pregnant or being pregnant or things gets difficult. And yeah, well, personally, I haven't come across any of that harm, not in Otachara, not I have heard as well. But yeah, I am aware that can cause this sort of harm.
Yeah. So I guess I've kind of worked in a space with young people for 25 years, if I include my time in Dunedin, and I also worked in an addiction centre in my time in Dunedin. I've certainly seen the harm. So it kind of surprises me that you can feel confident that you have a mitigation plan when you don't fully understand and comprehend the harm that alcohol can do. You don't fully understand the issues of our local community, and particularly around young people who are working long hours in isolated areas and isolated jobs without support of others around, and some of that drinking culture. So I just really interested to know how you mitigate what you don't know.
Well, we just got plans to minimize the alcohol-related harm, as our social responsibility policy says, or our host responsibility policy says, that we just can't serve the intoxicated. Plus, we'll take care of the measures if somebody starts drinking in the car park or on the street as well. Though there is no local alcohol policy there in Winton on the streets, but we will assume that we do have one. If we say newly purchased liquor opened up there, yes, we can stop them and tell them you are not allowed to drink over here.
To be honest, my concern would be more about the young people or the young adults drinking in isolation than drinking in your car park. I don't think drinking in your car park is going to be the big issue. So how do you mitigate the effects of young people who purchase alcohol from you and then take that and I guess consume it without anyone else around, without support, without any supervision? And I realize that's something that is incredibly difficult to do, but the Act does call for mitigation. And as a supplier, that's obviously part of the what you are required. Sorry, my 5-year-old has just walked into the room, so he may
No
disturb me. But yeah, hopefully he won't be too disruptive. Yeah, so just that whole, how do you mitigate that? And you're saying you will create a plan, but surely before you obtain a license, you need to actually have that plan to show that you have those things in place. And it appears that that's not the case.
Well, what at the best we can offer is what steps we are taking, and look, it's an off license, so people will buy alcohol and then they'll go home and drink. As far as they're drinking responsibly, it's not a problem.
So for those that drink irresponsibly, that creates harm in our community. Would that be correct?
Well, the law says that inappropriate or excessive consumption of alcohol should be minimized. So we just can minimize the harm. We just can't.
I understand you can't eliminate the harm. That's
yes, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, we can't eliminate the harm.
So in effect, you're making alcohol more convenient to buy without understanding the community, without having a solid plan in place, without having talked to those who already support those who have issues, and you have acknowledged that alcohol causes harm in our communities. So I'm just not quite sure how you meet the act of minimizing harm when so many of those factors are not covered. So I'd be interested in your in how you minimize harm when you don't have a plan and you don't know what you have to plan around.
By following the laws, we can just do what we can do in our premises. That's what I mean, you know. And we can put strict procedures and things in our premises, but yeah, after customer leaves our premises and go home, I suppose it's just hard to obtain.
So you're suggesting that once the customer leaves your premises, then it's no longer your responsibility?
Well, it is. That's why I'm happy to talk to the clubs and the community. I'm just not denying that. Yes, I'm happy to talk to the clubs and community and whatever issues I need to take on the board and train the staff accordingly. That, hey, look, these are the issues in the community, and we need to try and minimize this. What can be done, or we can work around what sort of issues are there because of alcohol, and we can work accordingly.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I'm just reading through a couple of questions that Jack has sent me, and I've covered the first 2 or 3. Jack's quite concerned. I guess he's been a student, to put it in perspective, at high school. His last year was last year. He was involved with...
Sorry, Councillor Fraser. I think you need to represent these questions as your own questions.
Okay. The question would be, sorry, just... Just give me a moment. Sorry, I'm just reading in. In statement in point 17 and on the Bottle website, there's the comment, we pride ourselves in knowing our local community, our customers and our product. Clearly you know your product. I'm wondering, yeah, how you continue to know your community. Sorry, this is a little distracting, but obviously this is part of the reason why I'm passionate about the issue, because one day this little fellow will be old enough to be influenced. So yeah, you say you know your community. I think what we're learning is you're learning about our community, and so yeah, I'd be interested in your comments about how you actually get to know the community more.
Well, by talking the community more, actually being in the community, we'll be able to know more and more. Day by day, it's all learning curve. Day by day, you learn how you go, I think.
Yeah. So, so no plans at this stage, but over time you'll come up with them. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes and no, I would say. Yes, we have got plans, the social responsibility policy, but yeah, we'll get to learn more when we are actually there and when we see what's happening and how it's happening. So,
how would you describe Winton's drinking culture?
I would say average.
What does average mean?
Not too high, not too low.
And what would that be based on?
Be based on people's needs and income.
So purely based on an income, you think you have an understanding of the Winton drinking culture,
and the need as well. I mean, if in summertime, say for example, if it's a good sunny day, yeah, people would like to have 2 beers on an evening. Whereas in wintertime, look, it's cold. People don't feel that thirst. They might not have a beer, or they might just have 1 beer.
Okay, yeah. And point 16, you raised the fact that you greatly respect the work of the Salvation Army, as do I, and I was involved in that for a number of years, sadly no longer. Just wondering what it is about their work that you value so much.
Sorry, come again?
What do you value about the work of the Salvation Army?
Work of Salvation Army. Hey, look, I think Darren, they do a great job by dealing with vulnerable people, fulfilling their basic needs, and send them to somebody to talk to, so that they can they can be back on track. So I think they are doing an amazing job for the community, and I respect that. I totally respect that.
Yeah. Actually, I'm not going to ask that because it would be emotive and unfair. Would you consider making donations to the work of the Salvation Army, and have you done so in the past?
Not in Salvation Army, but yes, we have done for the special needs child, for the child which cannot hear, and we have done to Lions Club as well for circus. Like it's $50 or $60 per person, and you can put a couple of them or one person, one child as well. Then they'll be going to watch a circus or an event or whatever they are organizing. But your question before was like donation to Salvation Army. Yes, I would definitely do, because as I said, they do an amazing job, and without my name. I don't want the bottle or name over there as well, because they do a really good job for the community. So yeah, I would.
No, that's always a great answer, to donate without getting credit for it. That shows character, which is good. Wondering, how long have you been in business? I know that was asked before, but it's just clarifying it.
Just a bit more than 3 years.
So in those 3 years, have you made any financial contribution towards an organisation or a group that helps support those with the harmful effects of alcohol?
No.
Cool. Well, that's my questions. Thank you. And I know it's been a bit of an interrogation for you, so thank you for your answers and your honesty.
Thank you, Darren.
Thank you, Darren. We move now to questions from the committee. Darren. Sorry. Questions of the applicant from the committee.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you'll be aware that we conducted a site visit, and the first thing that struck me was, why are you changing the position of the door leading into the liquor store when in fact it would result in it being closer to the ATM machine, which may be of a concern down the track.
Yeah, I did thought about that before planning to move the door from the original door to the proposed. But the other thing is, if we put the door where it is at the moment, then there will be signage facing coming on the road. So we don't want that signage on the main road, which is just close to the walkway where children and other people walk from there. That's the reason we have moved it to the other side. So, and plus that's a narrow entry and narrow exit as well. So we just can't see from the counter who came inside the shop and who is leaving the shop. So that was another reason as well, because I believe that from the counter, if staff or myself standing on the counter can see the whole premises and where the customer is, that will be ideal.
Okay, thank you. And just a follow-up question to that. The door around the back, when we looked at it, it looked as though it was bolted up, but I see in your plan you intend to use that as an entrance and an exit, or what part in the customer flow would that rear door play?
The back door of the building, you mean?
Yes.
The back door of the building is not actually bolted. You can open that because when I had a look at the premises, yes, agent showed me that yes, you can definitely open it. It's for a reason at the moment because the building is empty and there is a glass thing at the back. That's why they have put that thing. I've been asking to agent that thing and that's what he said.
The question is whether you'd be using it for customers.
No, we won't be using it for customers. No way. That door would be locked from inside.
Right. Well, yes, in your plan, it appears as though it could be used by customers. So it might play to clarify that. So, no, thank you.
If that's the case, yes, if it's in the plan, then it will be a mistake. But no, that door won't be used for customers. There will be just one entry and one exit for the customers. That will be just the main front door.
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman. I was just Councillor Douglas has more or less answered the question, but the door at the back, I was thinking it was for entrance and exit, but and if it had been in that position, I was going to question about where your car park for disabled persons was, but that nullifies that question. So I think I'm pretty right. Thanks.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So just the issue of tobacco sales has been raised, and given that we are a country that is heading towards smoke-free by 2025, do you still consider it appropriate that tobacco should be offered for sale?
I'm open with committee on that. If committee thinks that that is dangerous, and to be honest, I would be putting that condition on the license that I won't be selling any tobacco. Because the other thing is, it's if you see in business perspective as well, from business perspective, then yes, smokes is just a lot of investment and just very, very less return. And the cost of the running business is more than what we get percentage of the smoke. So it doesn't justify anyway. So because the only reason we added smokes was that a customer who is buying a beer, if he wants to smoke, then he just don't need to go to supermarket or next door. But we are happy to discuss that with the committee. Yeah.
Yeah. So if your application is successful, the door for your main entrance to load up with alcohol and stuff, that would be up the drive, I take it, would it?
Yes, up the driveway, yes.
So there's no concern about trucks parking out on the main road, on State Highway 6?
No concern, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just a couple of questions from me. So I noticed the designation in the application is for supervised, which allows people under 18 to enter the store with the supervision of a parent or guardian. I'm just wondering why you've chosen that designation as against perhaps restricted where they're not actually permitted.
Sorry, I didn't got your question. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm asking why is you've applied for a designation of supervised, which means that under 18-year-olds can enter the premises with the guardian, under the supervision of a parent or guardian, as against making it a restricted area where their entrance isn't permitted. What is the reason for that?
Well, the only thing what I thought was that if a parent come with a guardian or their child, it would be harsh to say to them that, hey, look, don't bring your child in the shop. It would be a bit rude, I would say. Don't bring your child in the shop, and you are just allowed only in the shop. And whereas the other stores, they can go with the child. I know it's kind of that situation that, yes, we don't want the child in the shop. Technically, we don't want them, but if the parents bring it with them, then it's just hard to deny their entry, because if the parent starts arguing that, hey, look, it's my child, what's your problem? Then it's just a bit rude, I would say.
Yeah. Well, the other end of the scale with that, though, is that parents could go in to the store with their 17-year-old.
Yeah.
So that is hardly desirable, I wouldn't think.
Well, yes, if the committee thinks it's not safe, I think it's not safe as well for kids, because we're putting that policies and things for the kids as well. But the other thing is, hey, look, we are happy to tell the parents as well.
Thank you. You make mention of your monthly specials will be advertised on an A3 sheet of paper. So there are monthly specials set by you or set by the franchise?
No, set by the franchise. No, I haven't got, but to be honest, I would love to sell my products at full price. But it's that specials from the bottle head office that we'll be putting. Yes, I would be having say on that, what I want to put and what not. But yes, it will be by bottle, the head office, the national ones.
So, and those reductions normally, what sort of percentage are they?
They are sort of between, so the bottle average in the meeting of the specials is 16%. That's the bottle average of all the specials all around the year. So that's the GP.
Sorry, when they have a special, is it just on one brand, as it were? How wide is the special?
How wide, you mean the time frame?
No, I'm sorry. I meant the range of products involved in the special.
The range of products? It's a bit of everything. They just mix it everything, and bit of a beer, bit of a wines. They are concentrating more about wines as well, because wine is growing, and especially the low alcohol wines and the zero alcohol wines. They are still growing, so they are concentrating on wines, plus a bit of a RTD and bit of a spirits as well. But it's a bit of mix of every department.
Thank you. And so that's the only discounting that happens.
That's the only discounting that happens.
Okay. I notice some submitters referred to the franchise Bottle O and some issues there's been in the North Island to do with labour not being paid appropriately and other issues that were certainly not the actions of a good employer. What comment have you got to make on that?
So after that, what Botolo has does after they got caught about breaking the employment laws. So after that, Botolo has signed with every owner. They have signed a piece of paper that you haven't got any obligations. You're doing everything right in the store every year, and then we need to send and sign it to them. They have taken strict actions. There is area manager in place as well. We have to put the employment rights poster in the staff room as well, where the staff takes breaks and things. We have to put a poster over there, which is in Otachara as well at the moment. We have put it on the board so that staff can read and know about their rights. So that's compulsory. When the area manager comes, he just checks all the time.
So I should just very quickly disclose that the particular person involved in the Botolo in Auckland is a former client of mine, so I'm more than familiar, but I haven't discussed any of that in any detail with this witness, but that is someone I've acted for in the past.
On the floor plan, I struggle to see where the counter is going to be.
Sarah, if I can help a bit with that, because in conjunction with Mr. Rathod, one of my staff members attempted to produce a floor plan that might be more helpful to you, and I'll take you to it. But Mr. Rathod can explain.
Yes.
So it's at page 65, and unfortunately, the way my office has emailed it through, it's not in the full landscape. It's just at the top half of the page. But if you look at the bottom right-hand corner, you can see the word security camera. Well, sorry, sir, I'll let you get there, and then please, Suzanne.
Yes, I will.
And just in front of that, and the thing we did, and it was in our office, but in consultation with Mr. Rathod, is a series of little arrows that actually point to what the thing is supposed to be, like wine shelves. And you'll see there says counter tills just above that security camera icon in the bottom right-hand corner. I apologise.
Yes, got that.
Yeah, so bottom right-hand corner there says security camera, and then there's a long, thin rectangular shape and an arrow coming off that says counter tills. I know those arrows on reflection are quite confusing, but that it's meant to show. We could have put the label on the actual structure. So you'll see there's arrows in the cameras which show the way they're going, and then you'll see also there's arrows coming off shelves, and it says things like wine shelves. So that's meant to show what that shelving unit's for. But I apologise, on reflection, it's a bit confusing. Can you just make sure that you agree with that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I was looking at the other plan, so thank you.
This one, so the other thing, when you compare the two, you would have seen on the other one there was broken lines showing offices, I think, that were in the Westpac building, yes. And we've lifted those off as well to try and give a better outline of how it'll look after building consent is sought, because there's a bit of work to do if the application was granted. But Mr. Rathod reviewed that and checked it. I just had a chap in my office who knows how to manipulate Adobe documents or PDF documents, and he did that for us.
So just going back to that question that Councillor Douglas asked about the door relocation. So the ATM is to remain. The bank is leaving it there, I understand.
Yes.
And so the people, your customers in the bottle store, if it goes ahead, would be very closely associating with the people attending the ATM under
Yes.
this plan, wouldn't they? So it looks to me like that width of door is very little different to the existing one, or am I misunderstanding that?
The door is different from the existing one. Yes, it will be a roller door.
Sorry, say that again, sorry.
Oh, sorry, not a roller door. It will be a sliding door, sliding glass door. Yeah.
And you're not able to do that on the other entrance side? suppose. Is that correct?
We thought about doing it the other end, but we're gonna put the trolleys as well for customers. So there was the other thing. If we did the door that side, then the trolleys will be on the other side, where the ATM is, which would be.
Sorry.
So we would be having trolleys as well for customers. So if we move the door on the other side, yes, we thought about that. But the other thing is we have to put the trolleys outside every day. So that would be just beside the ATM there, the trolleys.
Right. So the mitigations, if you like, for your customers' interaction with the people at the ATM would be that camera supervision that you're having of it.
Yes.
Which would be closely monitored, I presume.
Would be, yeah, closely monitored. Yes, it will be.
And so Westpac themselves, for them to access the ATM, do they need to go into the building?
Yeah, they need to go in the building when myself or any of the staff is there in the building. Otherwise, they'll be coming in the store hours only. And it will be done under the supervision of the staff.
You'll have an agreement with them over
yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So on with the parking side of it, I see that disabled park that you have on the corner of the building there. So those people in wheelchairs would still have to come down that alleyway at the side and in the front of the building.
Or they can, yeah, technically they can park there in the back car park, or the other way is they can put it at the front, couple of parkings or 3 parkings at the front. They can be in that parking and there will be closer access for them.
So those 3 parking spots, you mean the ones on the street?
Yeah, ones on the street.
Right, okay. So just regarding that car park at the back, I mean, I'm assuming some of your customers you're expecting will use that.
Yes.
And I think what the comment that earlier person said, from what I recall from the site visit, it would be very difficult for cars to meet on that. It looks to me as though it's just a bit wider than enough for one vehicle.
At the entry, when you enter in the car park alleyway.
Sorry?
When you enter in the car park alleyway.
Yeah, well, I'm just wondering about some safety aspects of that.
So you mean that if one person is coming out, the other car can't go inside? That's what you mean?
Yes, that's what yes, that's one aspect of it, yes.
Well, when I was there with one another person, I think we tried it, and because his car was parked in the alleyway, in the driveway, and I was going from the side. So I don't think so. That was a problem at that time, but I could be wrong. I must have sneaked in or something, but yeah, I have tried it honestly.
And talking about that alleyway and that car park, are you thinking you would block that off at nights?
At the back door, at the back, between the gate between the 2 properties.
Well, the gate between the 2 properties is one gate, but also to stop people accessing that car park at night, were you thinking of closing it off?
Yes, yeah, with the landlord consent, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And talking about lighting, what would you have put in place so that light wouldn't be spilling into the neighbouring property? Is that something you've thought of?
We can, we will be putting sensor lights there. So if somebody's walking past from that alleyway, then the sensors will be active. Otherwise, but if the back door is locked, the alleyway door at the back and the front, we can put a gate as well. I think we were about to ask landlord, but it will be just on the landlord consent. Just where the ATM starts, we were about to put a gate. That was the plan.
Okay.
So
And
that
you
nobody
mentioned-
can exit. Sorry.
So, no, that's good. Thank you. So the CCTV surveillance around the building, you would be sensitive about making sure that that didn't film neighbouring properties?
Oh, yes, 100%, because that's against the privacy of the other people, neighboring properties, yeah. So it will be just on our driveway and in our car park, that's it.
Sir, to be honest, to be clear about that, if the licence is granted and CCTV is installed, Mr. Arthur will need to have a privacy policy about the information, the images and how they're kept and destroyed and all of that. So that's just the way it is now with the new privacy principles.
Right. And some mention was made before, the issues people have raised about alcohol harm. You mentioned earlier that you would put pamphlets. You were quite happy to put pamphlets.
Yes, on the counter, on the tills.
Including perhaps contacts of
Yes.
where to get help, etc.
Where they can get help and all the things, all the details of the Salvation Army as well. If Salvation Army is having any pamphlets, yes, we are happy to put that.
Okay. And what about, I heard deliveries referred to earlier, and I understood you said you didn't intend to carry out deliveries. Yet I'm sure I saw somewhere in the application that was.
For the start, yes. For the start, we have mentioned about the deliveries, but look, if delivery, we don't usually get that many deliveries anyway, because at my Auditora store, lockdown, yes, there was a bit of a delivery, but nowhere, nothing what customer comes into the store, nowhere near that. But it's just was just add on, but yeah, I'm more than happy to take it off as well, the deliveries, because it's just a small, very, very small part of the business.
Okay. There was mention before about tasting opportunities. So how do you envisage that they would happen? So
tastings would be in just one corner of the store, or just on the other side of the chiller, at the floor side of the chiller, and free water would be available, and I think just a small cup of tasting would be given to a customer. Make sure that they just don't take piss and they just don't get drunk. That's it. It's just a tasting of wine or something.
Yeah. So you're not thinking of tasting events?
No, not events. Not all the time. No, not all the times.
Okay. Oh, well, I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Young, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Young, do you have questions by way of re-examination? Just to clarify issues that were raised in the cross-examination?
I do, sir. I'll try and be as quick as I can. I just need to go through my notes. So thank you, sir.
Just in the meantime, Councillor Douglas has got another couple of questions. Sorry.
So, yeah, thank you. We have talked about the gate out the back between this site and the motorcycle firm out the back. So can you confirm that you've got an arrangement there where the gate is closed at night and is open during the day, with both parties having a key?
Yes, that was part of our proposal as well. So we have already placed that proposal in the application, not in the application, in the evidence, that yes, we will put the gate there, but one key would be handed over to the Winton motorcycle, and one key would be with us. Obviously, they start early in the morning than what we do. So they'll open the gate, and at the night time, we close late, 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock. They might, our staff would be locking the gate.
But to your question, sir, we don't have agreement to that by the neighbour. That's our proposal.
That's.
Thank you. And just getting back to that issue around your customers literally rubbing shoulders with ATM customers, have you considered putting a short wall between your entrance and the ATM? to give privacy both ways?
Well, we can. That won't, because there would be a lot of building works needs to be done inside anyway. Once if the license gets granted, so putting a wall over there won't hurt to us.
So can I just indicate to the committee that I think Mr. Rathod and I will have a detailed discussion this evening about the entrance and about options. It's been helpful to hear both what objectors have said and the committee's concerns as well, and there might be a range of solutions, but we'd try and come back to you probably tomorrow with an alternative if we have one. But hear what you're saying, and I'll be looking at the plan and I want to talk to them about whether there's other options.
Thank you. Just one more from me, sorry. It was mentioned earlier on about ensuring a clean state of the immediate environment around the business. You're happy for a condition to be placed requiring that
we will clean the car park and we'll just have a look around at the car park before we start. Yes. Yeah.
And the street frontage. And the street frontage.
And the street frontage as well. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Young, you wish to proceed?
Yeah, thank you, sir, and members. Mr. Rathod, you were asked questions by counsel for the medical centre about your previous employment, and you mentioned Thirsty Liquor, Cooper's Beach, and he asked you questions about that community, whether it was wealthy or poor or somewhere in between. Cooper's Beach is in the Far North District, as I understand it.
Yes.
And does Cooper's Beach and its surrounding areas have a high Māori population?
Yes, they do.
And in terms of the kind of employment, you mentioned fishing. Is there a rural sector also providing employment in that location?
Yes, that's correct.
And in terms of people who you might describe as having less money, the word poor has been used, but less money, do those people also live in the Far North District in and around Cooper's Beach?
They do.
You're also asked about an undertaking in terms of school uniform.
Yes.
And then the point was made that at the local college, the final year, 7th form in the old language, wore mufti, didn't wear a uniform. You're aware, aren't you, that if someone is looking to purchase alcohol and you suspect they may wish to on-supply it, you can deny them service?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And in terms of people buying alcohol, whether they are 18 or 40, and you suspect they were buying alcohol to on-supply, would you have a direct policy, would you be open to having a direct policy about denial of service in those circumstances?
Yeah, if we know, then we can deny them. Yes.
Now, when you were asked those same questions by counsel for the medical centre about Cooper's Beach, you mentioned Te Anau, and other places. You were employed by someone at that point, obviously, who had owned a number of bottle stores. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And he was someone who trained you and introduced you to the bottle store alcohol retailing industry?
Yes.
Now, would you describe him as something of a mentor to you?
Oh, 100%. He is a mentor, mate.
And so do you have contact with him, and do you talk to him about your business aspirations currently?
Still do, yes.
And just generally for the committee's information, how often would you be in contact with him?
Pretty much once in a week at least, if not 2 times in a week.
And how many bottle stores or alcohol or licensed premises does he own?
As far as I'm aware, 4 off licenses he owns. 5 off licenses, sorry.
5 off licenses.
5 off licenses.
Now, you were asked questions about single sales of mainstream beers over 500 mils. You mentioned Kingfisher Carlsberg Hagen at $4.50, but you weren't asked which sort of customer buys those products. Can you explain to the committee what the average person what they are, who they are, who buys
So you mean
those products?
age-wise?
Anything.
Age-wise, I would say 45, 50 or more than 50 years old people buy that. And it's just, if they just want to have one or two drinks, yes, they buy. Nobody buys in cases, honestly. One or two drinks on a quiet night. What my thinking for that would be, if I don't stock that, then customer would be encouraged to buy 6-pack or a 12-pack, which would be again encouraging drinking more. So if they just wants to have one or two quiet ones, yes, I'm happy to sell them one or two.
And so to turn that on its head, you're not seeing, for example, young people or someone who may look like they're living rough buying that type of product from you at Otatara?
No, no.
You also said in response to questions that you're a national, that Bottle is a national banner,
Yeah.
and we don't compete in price terms. And I didn't quite understand what that meant entirely. Do you consider, which national banner would you consider to be the cheapest?
Liquorland or Super Liquor?
You consider those to be the cheapest banners? And in your view, does Bottle sit above those?
Yes.
Oh, now, just in terms of the traffic coming in and out, I just wanted to know, in your observations, when is Great North Road the busiest? Is it busier during the day or busier in the evening?
Busier during the day.
Now, you were asked about your business plan, you were asked about rosters, then due to my intervention, that evolved into gang patches, refusing service, being available, police being available to call, and so on. You made that exchange with
Yes.
the Winton Apartments representative. Thinking about those issues, have you experienced that issue in Otatara where, for whatever reason, you felt you didn't want to serve someone, not intoxication or minors, because of behaviour or look or appearance perhaps? And have you ever had that issue at Otatara?
Never had that issue.
How often have you had to call on the police to help you manage anything like that at Otatara?
Never did in 3 years and 2 months.
Now, you asked about specials from a number of people, including the committee. Are you able to not promote or not be bound by head office specials?
Yes.
So if you didn't want to run these specials, you can say, I'm not having those specials.
Yeah.
And in that instance, you wouldn't display the A1 poster because you wouldn't be promoting those specials.
Yes. No, we won't be.
Just finally, the restricted or supervised designation question that the chair put to you, and you mentioned it might cause friction, it might cause issues, and the point the chair made was a 17-year-old coming in with their parent. Is that a good thing? Is that an issue? If that did occur, and we talked about this just a moment ago, would you ask the parent whether they were intending to supply alcohol to the other person?
Yeah.
And would you ask both people for ID?
Yes, 100%.
And if that other person was under 18 and the parent indicated they were going to on-supply alcohol, would you refuse service?
Well, we can, yes, as we have said, that we just can't serve them because we know they are supplying to under 18.
I know you can, but what would you do?
They would say, hey, look, it's not a good thing to supply alcohol to a minor. So sorry, sir, we won't be able to serve you in a nice manner.
Because you've heard that there is a concern about that behaviour
Yes.
in Winton.
Yeah.
Would you be open to having, again, a policy of that ilk in your operational documents and train your staff on that very issue?
Yeah, we can.
Just going more widely, though, on that, do you see a difficulty with a restricted designation and potentially young children having to remain in cars, for example, while parents purchase a bottle of wine?
Never happened. I mean, not many times happens at Aotearoa, at my store, at the present store.
Well, that's a good point. So at your store, Aotearoa, that's a supervised designation.
Yeah.
Is there a mix of behaviours where sometimes an adult will come in with their child and some who will leave their children in their car?
Yes.
And neither is presented an issue for you?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you. Well, just following on from that, at Aotearoa, is there issues of parents bringing in 16, 17-year-olds while they're choosing their products?
Sorry, sir, I just got it.
So it's just pouring a water.
Have you experienced in your current bottle store parents bringing in their teenage 16 and 17-year-olds?
No, they just leave it in the car. Sometimes, occasionally it happens, but they just tend to leave the children in the car or at home while they are coming to the shop.
This is the 16 or 17-year-olds I'm talking about.
Yeah, 16 or 17-year-old as well. They sit in the car. They sit in the car.
And when they do come in, what do you do then?
We just serve them at the moment because we haven't got that policy. But yes, once we have the policy in place for Winton, we won't be serving them if we know that they are serving to their kid. But obviously, once somebody starts being behind the counter, sometimes tend to know the customer that they drink beer or they drink Steinlager, say for example, or Spades. If they're buying something else, we could always ask, oh, it's cruises for you today, and they tend to say that, oh, not for me, for kid. Oh, sorry, sir, we just can't serve you.
Thank you. All right. Oh well. Thank you, Mr. Young. You've completed your cross-examination. There's no further committee questions. So I'll ask Ms. Judd now as the licensing inspector to come forward to be sworn
in. Please state your full name for the record.
Amber Elizabeth Judd.
Solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you are about to give touching the matters before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. The report's on page 71. Welcome back, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. My report has been presented and circulated, and I'll take that as read. I spoke earlier on matters needing to be clarified in my introduction and also from my response to the briefs, and I'm happy to take questions on this report relating to it.
Okay, so first of all, Mr. Young, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you, sir. I do. Good afternoon, Ms. Judd. First of all, I'll take you to page 71 of your report, and I'll start there before moving on to your brief.
Yes.
It's just a question of clarification. The third paragraph talks about a local population of just over 2,300 and then rural surrounds with an approximate population of 5,700, which gets us, if we add those together, to around 8,000. Are those two numbers we should add together, or is the 2,300 part of the 5,700?
Yes, it is part of the 5,700. Those figures would have been taken from the from the Winton website, Winton community website. So that's the numbers to be taken separately. Yep.
Yeah, no problem. So we're in the ballpark of around 6,000 people with the wider rural area that that Winton services. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say so, from the numbers dating from a few years ago, absolutely.
Now, you haven't addressed this matter directly, but it tends, you've mentioned premises operation and you've shown a picture of the premises early in your report. And Mr. Rathod's been asked questions about other commercial premises, and the thrust of his answer is, if I'm anywhere on the main road, I'm probably going to be near some sensitive sites, be it residential, be it a school, be it a community facility. In general terms, do you accept that almost all commercial tenancies will have some sensitive sites nearby in the Winton area?
Just in regards to the, thinking about the way that the township is actually set up, with the main road being where the commercial area runs through on both sides, and the residential properties are bounding that on the opposite streets, then yes, I agree with that.
Sorry, Ms. Judd, I'm just taking a note. Now, over the page, I just want to, section 32, you talk about the kinds of premises for which off licenses may be issued. You then draw the distinction between the operation of a tavern or a hotel that sells, will have the off license. You can have an off license as a matter of course if you're a tavern and you can sell over the counter.
Yes.
So that sort of off license has tended to fall away, but it's my understanding there are still quite a few taverns either in the Invercargill City or Southland District that have that license and do utilise it. Is that your understanding?
Yes, I'm not so fully aware of the ones in the Invercargill District. That's not part of the area that we cover. So, but definitely within the Southland area, there are a number of taverns and hotels that have off licenses across the counter.
And generally, it's a limited range of products, and the prices are a bit higher than what you might see elsewhere.
Absolutely, yeah. Be a smaller range. They would service a smaller clientele, you could say, and it's not something that something you would go to get your 4 or 6 packs of, for a supply for a party or something like that. No.
Now, you also mentioned, I can't find, I might jump ahead here, but I think you mentioned that there used to be a bottle store at the Top Pub 2016. It closed down. Is that correct? Bottom Pub, sorry.
Bottom Pub, yep.
What kind of bottle store was that? Do you know?
I cannot answer to that. I wasn't working in this role at that time, so I'm afraid I can't answer to that.
So you might not know directly, but I'm just going to ask you anecdotally, when that bottle store closed, has anyone suggested to you that the price of alcohol went up or went down or changed at all?
No, there doesn't appear to have been anything in the records that I've read that allude to that at all.
And just on that topic of pricing, do you agree that in terms of beer and wine in particular, but perhaps also cider, that generally speaking, the prices that supermarkets offer for the products they can stock will be cheaper than the same products at a bottle store?
Yes, I believe so. It's all to do with their buying power, I think, for the supermarkets overall.
Just turning now to the local alcohol policy, you're familiar with the consultation that Mr. Rathod and his agent undertook. Are you aware that the council, and I'm just no criticism of the council because they're just assisting, but the council provided a list of addresses of people, of buildings, parcels of land in a 50-metre radius? Are you familiar with that?
Yes, absolutely.
And that was requested. Sorry, Ms. Dutz.
Sorry, that is a service that we provide if somebody is requesting information for those sensitive sites. We provide them a list. However, it's a desktop study. It's not indicative of any or all properties that may be classed as sensitive sites. That's for the applicant to consider.
completely, and it has a rider saying it's not binding and all of those things, and I accept all of that, but you provide that as some information to assist an applicant.
Absolutely.
And have you been involved in other off-licence applications, either directly or indirectly, or have knowledge of other off-licence applications where the LAP consultation has been undertaken in the same way?
Yes, I do. Yep.
Approximately how many of those applications have you been involved with?
Directly, one in this current role. Indirectly, a number of them.
And has the consultation that those applicants undertaken been the same or similar to that which this applicant undertook?
Yes, absolutely. They all tend to go above and beyond what is deemed to be the minimum, and the minimum is approaching those who are deemed to be sensitive sites. Most of the one in particular that I have been directly involved with also approach people outside the immediate area.
And in terms of approaching that, they'd hand deliver a letter or an email or something, a communication like that, which the applicant has done in this case?
Yes, absolutely. Yep. And if there's no response on a door knock, or they would leave a letter or post a letter to them.
And in any of those hearings, of any objectors or reporting agents raised issue with that consultation? As not meeting the LAP?
Not with the consultation, not meeting them as this has been. No.
Touching on that, page 76, you just record there very briefly at the top that the designation proposed is supervised, and you would have heard the exchange. Are there any bottle stores in the Southland district with a restricted designation?
Not that come to mind. I would have to do a desktop study to have a look at that, but not that I'm aware of at all, no.
And then just below that, branding, advertising and promotion, and you would have heard Mr. Rathod's evidence, and he's now produced a mock-up of the exterior of the store, and you've said it looks significantly less from what at the time you wrote your report, in terms of a description and looking at Otatara, significantly less than the branding in place for the top pub. Do you agree that the branding, the livery is pretty subtle and understated in terms of this premises?
From the mock-up photos that have been provided, yes, I do.
Now, at your page 80, and this goes on also to your evidence. Your most recent evidence, you looked at neighbourhood disorder, and I take that because you had read the objections and you would have seen some of the objector evidence as this application's evolved, you've taken a genuine interest in inquiring into those matters. In your report, you have said that there haven't been issues of noise, nuisance, rubbish or vandalism reported to the council. Does that remain the position?
Using the searching our request for service system that we have to record those matters when they come into there. I haven't done any update since my report for that search. So whether there has been anything come in the meantime, I'm unaware. But this is over the last 12 months, there would have been nothing come through.
And sorry, to leap ahead to your reply evidence or your most recent statement, and it starts at page 253, but you've already mentioned in your opening the emails you received there. Again, both Ms. Hopkinson and Mr. Day have said we have nothing, we don't have any complaints or issues. There have been isolated incidents, but nothing on our radars in relation to community facilities in Winton. Is that correct?
That's correct, apart from the most recent and I guess well reported, there's some vandalism of a Moors Reserve out Winton, but that tends to be sporadic and not on a regular basis.
Now, flipping that on its head, thinking about other applications in the Southland District, other communities, other towns, do you hear or are there locations, reserves, community facilities elsewhere that are on your radar that you are aware of repeated issues in terms of public consumption of alcohol, for instance, nuisance disorder?
In the most recent, and one of the other bottle store, the application that I was party to, there was a number of littering, vandalism issues that were not necessarily resulting from alcohol-related incidences, but had been recorded in our system within that area, within a 1 kilometre area of the proposed location. But that was only in looking at that township. It was of a similar size to Winton.
Yeah, so in that case, these sort of issues were reported and the council had a record of them and was appraised of them.
That's correct.
In terms of applications that you see and you've seen your experience, is it quite uncommon for an applicant not to seek the maximum available hours available under an LAP?
Yes, it is. The hours that have been applied for in this application are quite conservative, considering what may be allowed. Most people go for the maximum hours and then target their opening hours accordingly, but it allows them that flexibility to have that opening for a later time if so required as they move forward.
So that's right. So for an application to actually come in with constrained hours, that's quite rare, isn't it? You don't see that very often. Certainly no. I don't. Now, there are no objections from any schools or education providers to this application. Have you had any interaction or discussions with any staff from the local schools or any education provider?
Not in the Winton district, no.
And so you're not aware, not even in relation to this application, but generally, more generally, the schools contacting the inspectorate and due to concerns about alcohol use?
No.
Sorry, sir, I'm just going to check the brief. I think I'm done. I just need to check. Just finally, as a general question, you do comment on it, and it's a theme also in the reporting agent reports. In terms of the applications you see, would you describe this one as lightweight, run-of-the-mill, or comprehensive? Or you can pick any word you want, but you'll get my drift. And looking at the work that's done in this application and the quality of it, how would you describe it?
The application is submitted to us originally was very thorough compared to a lot of other applications that we get. There was very little we had to seek clarification on. One point that has sort of, and it obviously will be discussed overnight and some clarification is the floor plan for this proposed store, but in regards to the quality of this application, it's very robust and thorough.
And in your interactions with Mr. Rathod, you would have interviewed him and had discussions with him. Did he display to you a detailed knowledge of the application such that you were confident that he was actively engaged in this application and contributed to its preparation?
Yes, I did. I visited him in the store and observed him in action unbeknownst to him before I introduced myself back in December.
Just on that, I didn't know that, and obviously neither did he. When you say you observed him unbeknownst to him, you did some, I guess, a sort of reconnaissance. Can you just describe exactly what you did do and what you saw?
I had visited the store once or twice before introducing myself because I wanted to go and have a look, see how it operated, as he was going to be, he's said himself as a good applicant. So I went out there, I purchased a bottle of wine for an event and had no concerns. It was a very well-run, well set out store at Otatara. The following time I went back, I went and introduced myself and observed a situation where a young person came in wanting to purchase some alcohol and they were going to pay for it with their parent came in, they were going to pay for it with the child's card, which was then he approached the applicant, he approached them at that time and did not allow that sale to occur under that circumstance.
So that's what Mr. Zarathor is nodding, and this is the first I've heard of this. So that's a situation where he's denied a sale to an adult that's obviously passing on the alcohol to a minor.
That's right.
Thank you very much, Ms. Judd. No further questions, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Sergeant McNaught, have you got any questions on behalf of police?
No, I've got no questions for Ms. Judd. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Grace, have you any?
Yes, just one, Ms. Judd. The question that I had was, how many off licenses in the Southland districts have a restricted designation?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, there are none. I would have to go back and do a thorough search, but there are none that come to mind that have a restricted designation.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. From the objectors, from the Arete Community Board, any questions?
I have no new questions. Thank you.
Thank you. From the Winton Medical Centre?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify, Ms. Judd, whether you're satisfied with the applicant's answers regarding the sale of tobacco?
In regards to that, I have no view on that. It's not something under the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act that we must consider or have an opinion on. It is mentioned for the committee for them to consider, but it is not something I have an opinion on or would make that call.
Okay. In terms of the question that came up earlier on sensitive sites, there was mention of the croquet club, and I believe confirmation or acceptance that it's a community facility by the applicant. Would you agree with that the croquet club is a community facility?
Croquet club could be seen to be a community facility. It would be something that would need to be as determined by the applicant if he considered them to be sensitive sites in regards to it was a council-owned property, and if he had consulted with the properties team here on that matter, then that's between them. But it could be taken either way.
Sir, can I just be heard again? Because I try not to say anything, but the first two questions my friend has asked are again on topics not raised in his client's objection. They haven't raised the criteria relating to products or goods and services other than alcohol, and they haven't raised the LAP. I realise that Ms. Judd is not my witness, but I just want to signal again, we seem to be straying outside the scope of this, the objection that's raised and the issues that are raised by this particular objector.
Your comment. Have you any further questions?
So just to clarify, so I think you're ruling that I can't ask questions generally, that they have to relate to my client's objection. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Ms. Judd, you would have heard the questions around that aspect of my client's concerns relating to health and illness and other matters or other issues that arise under Section 4 of the Act. Do you accept also that those are matters that do need the attention of applicants when making applications?
Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
Just wanted you to just whether you accept that the concerns relating to health that are identified in Section 4, so matters such as illness and disease, are matters that do need to be addressed by applicants for bottle stores. that the minimisation of harm from those matters are matters that need to be addressed in applications for bottle stores?
They are matters that need to be addressed in applications for all licensed premises, not necessarily just bottle stores. And the minimisation of the health, the harm that could occur from excessive or inappropriate consumption of alcohol relating from sales at bottle stores is probably more higher threshold to reach for an applicant than it can be on an on or off, on purely an on application. So no, I don't accept that it's purely just for an off license.
Okay, but you accept it is for an off license?
It can be. It's some matters that need to be addressed. However, the minimisation of those is a completely different threshold for them to adhere to.
Sorry, I don't quite understand. So what do you mean by a different threshold for them to?
When somebody is consuming alcohol on a premise, it's easier to determine when harm is occurring, as in regards to if somebody is consuming off premises in the sale. So the social implementation for them, who they all sell to, who they allow on their premises, comes in as being important rather than more than a lot of other aspects.
But would you accept that the Act doesn't make that differentiation?
But you have differentiated it to be just an off-license question when it covers both.
So you're saying there's a different threshold. So I think what you're saying is that for on-licensed premises, there are different ways in which you might minimise that harm, and for off licenses there are different ways in which you might minimise that harm under Section 4. But I'm saying the Act essentially says that both types of licenses must minimise the harm relating to health aspects of injury, disease, and so on. You'd accept that?
Yes.
Okay. And what have you heard specifically from the applicant today that addresses the need to minimise those aspects, those health aspects of disease, injury, and so on?
That's a question that should be directed through the applicant to the committee, not for me to make answer on.
Right. So you're saying it's not your role to comment on whether the applicant, what you've heard from the applicant today addresses the object of the Act.
What I have submitted in my report and my brief of evidence in response to that addresses that information for you.
Right, but you have brought new evidence today. Just the example you gave earlier of essentially being a mystery shopper in Ototara's store is new evidence you brought in today. So I'm simply asking, if you're doing that, then why wouldn't you also have an answer in regards to the question I asked?
Well, I can't comment on that at the moment. It might be something you want to come back to me with.
Okay. And just with this issue with Moore's Reserve, can you just explain a little bit more thoroughly what's going on there and why is it of concern?
There was just some damage to a building at Moore's Reserve that is used as a sports field. The facilities were damaged and it's going to cost a lot to get repaired. So that was, Community Board have put the detail for that in their submission today.
Okay, and you'd accept that that's vandalism?
Yes, it's vandalism.
Okay, and that's a matter under Section 106 relating back to amenity and good order?
If it was seen to be resultant from alcohol abuse rather than just then yes, but I don't know whether that can be proven that alcohol was or was not involved.
So the word vandalism in Section 106 isn't restricted just to alcohol-related vandalism, though, is it? It just says vandalism.
But it's under the sale and supply of alcohol, so it's a matter that's been considered as being to avoid because of the consumption of alcohol.
Well, that's an assumption you're making.
And it's an assumption that I think you're making too. So,
No, there's case law to say that the vandalism and nuisance aspects of that part of the Act are broader than just alcohol-related harm. So that's okay. Look, you're saying there's an issue with vandalism at Moores Reserve. It's going to be very expensive for the local board to address that.
there was a one-off incident of vandalism at Moores Reserve, yes.
And how recently was that?
It was earlier this year, so
Okay.
about a couple of months ago.
Okay. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Wallace, do you have any questions?
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The Winton Community Support Worker Committee. Ms. Goodman, do you have a question?
Yes, I have a couple of questions, sir.
Thank you.
So when you got reports from the District Council facility managers about rubbish and cleanup and everything else, is that just within 1K radius of the site?
For the report, you're alluding to the reports in my initial inspector's report, or from the most recent response to the emails that were sent from the community facilities, or and what's reported in my report?
When you're saying that they've said there's not been a lot of anything to be cleaned up around the town recently.
The desktop study that I did of our request for service system, which is for incidents that are or vandalism or litter or matters that needing to be addressed through council, I did look at a 1 kilometre range and then expanded it out to 2 kilometres and couldn't find anything either. From what has been asked of the community for the facilities people was just in the township in general.
So if the people in the township are cleaning it up themselves and not reporting it, it won't get reported to the council and cleaned up.
No, that's correct. The community board, as I say, are probably very more on the button for what is occurring in that regards, in regards to what's, Darren has alluded to, cleanups occurring on a regular basis. If that information isn't getting reported into our request for service system and I go and search on that, it is not going to come up with anything. So it is standard that we search on what's in our system. It could be a good point for the community board to feed that information into us so that it can be logged and then closed off.
And following on from that, the Ariti River is a good hangout point for young people. And just out by the bridge here, there is quite a lot of rubbish and broken glass and bottles and all sorts, burnt out cars. Probably none of that's come into your report either.
Not that I would have searched that far out, no. And if it's affecting the river, then possibly Environment Southland may have been contacted rather than us for cleanup. What could have been asked but not included in the area that I've looked at.
Yeah, well, following on again, people may complain about and put it on Facebook, but not actually make a complaint to the council, maybe.
If something's in the system and it's logged, we can then go back and look at that, and it builds a timeline of events that may occur. It looks for things that may need to be addressed if they are ongoing.
Yeah, there's also the thing, there's a lot of cars doing burnouts and 360s and things at corners in the township and just out of the township, which I'm not sure where that gets reported on, or maybe that's a police issue, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that may be something inside of McNaught can respond to.
As far as interaction with schools, so is that not something you do regularly, or you rely on the schools to talk to you, or how does that?
There is a community group for, it's a collaborative group of schools and agencies where it's called Healthy Attitudes Towards Alcohol, where, or HATA, we collaborate on matters that have come to attention. Schools have been approached, different community groups have been approached. It is just a bit of a sounding board for what issues that arise and how can we sort of go about that. There's a report that they released a few years ago, and one that is due to be released in regards to drinking attitudes for youth in the district, but because that information is not been released, I haven't been able to access it as yet.
Because I don't believe that drinking attitudes have changed very much out there in the last many years, actually. It would be interesting to know.
Yeah, it would have been nice to hear from the school on this matter, and I possibly have heard and not approaching them myself in regards to that, and getting some comment, but just due to resourcing and knowing that this was going to hearing, that was my priorities.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Winton Motorcycles, Mr. Howden, do you have a question?
No, all my questions have been covered, really.
Thank you. Winton Apartments.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Sorry, I was just unmuting myself there. I was just listening away, and the question came up about properties being surrounded by commercial or residential places in Winton. And when you are in Winton and you are heading north towards Queenstown, the properties on the right-hand side are not surrounded by residential places. There are not residential places out there. It's commercial on that side of the street. And as you move outside of Winton, it's industrial estate as well. So there are areas, and being on the outskirts of Winton would be very similar to the bottle in Otatara being on the outskirts of Otatara. Would you not think, Amber?
If there was a suitable location for that to occur, then possibly yes. They've applied, they've put their application in for this site, therefore we need to consider matters on this site. But you are correct in that on the New World side, which is the eastern side of Winton, it is commercial and then industrial behind that. On the left-hand side, it is a mix of, well, under the district plan, it's classed as urban within a commercial overlay, allowing commercial activity, and beyond that, on the western side is residential, urban residential.
Thank you. Could we also please have a look at page 263, please? And that will be photos that show the residential part of the building adjacent from the car park of 284 Great North Road. And I've included these in my brief of reply.
263?
Page 263, my brief of reply has two photos. So in these photos, and the reason I bring these photos up is after reading your report, you talk about the trees mitigating and the fence mitigating the views into the residential. So that's why I bring these photos up, because when I look at them, and this is from the car park and from the proposed doorway, then I can see in to the residential places.
Yes.
You not see there.
Has the applicant not described just recently that the access will be from the front of the building, therefore this area out the back won't be necessarily for the entranceway, but the photos are correct and I have been down that site myself. Yep.
Okay. So what I heard from the applicant was that the delivery trucks would drive down to the back of the site, to the car park. Is that not right?
The delivery trucks, as I'm aware, yes.
Yeah. Will people also, because where I've read all this, that customers, and I'm sure that I heard Sujin say this just before, that customers will go to the back of the building as well and park out there. Is that not correct? Is that not what you read?
The original application that I did read that on, however, from hearing from Sudan and looking at what he has put through, in the floor plan that has been discussed with the committee just recently, there appears that the entrance will be at the front of the store for customers.
Okay, so people will not park out the back in the car park.
Quite possibly, but it's not that I'm not the one who makes that call. So, but quite possibly they may still do that. But it's not going to be the entrance for the property. No.
Okay, so if they did park out the back, how do they get from out the back into the shop?
Yep, so they'll have to walk down that driveway. So walking down that driveway, that fence is high enough that you don't actually see over it as you're walking down from my
But if they're driven in their ute, you will see over. And the delivery trucks will see over, because when you look at the height. And also the access door on the sideway, is that not for customers, that new access door? So the photo, the top photo is from that where the access, the new door would be. Is that not for customers?
It's looking at the floor plan that they were discussing with the committee earlier. I do understand that that is not for customer access, but there is going to be some confirmation on that tomorrow, I believe.
Yeah, could we get some clarification on that, please? And also about what will be happening in the car park as well, because the comments that you make don't quite line up with what I see when I go there, or what a delivery truck person would see as well.
And it is different from what I have covered in my report as well, for what I believe. So, yes, I agree with you, and we need some clarification on that.
Okay, and so that sort of gets on to, we seem to get differences from what we are being told. I've had differences, you have had differences. So then we get into whether this has been a robust process, as you actually say it is. And what I actually look at here is around the Otatara and Winton proposed staff rosters. So when I look through these, I don't see that it's possible for this person to be working 86 hours across the two stores each week, including 33 hours in the same spot. Can't be in the two places at once. So when I'm looking at the robustness of this, I'm not sure what verification we've done. What do you think about that? Did you read through this?
Yes, I did. And the staffing levels that they have proposed for the stores is adequate. They are currently meeting their requirements under the Act with the staffing for Otatara. And I believe that they will do the same for the Winton store.
Okay, but if we look at the roster that's been provided, it's based around Sujin being in two places at once with 33 hours a week. There's not 66 and 67
staff for that time when and if this is approved, and that's if this proposal goes ahead, they will be recruiting for staff. Then those rosters can be adjusted to make sure that there's staffing at both stores. I don't have any concerns in regards to staffing for the stores.
Okay, because I'm just going about what the information that we've been presented with, and that's where I've looked at this. And I also look here with the fact that we've got the management of the proposal, and the management of the proposal is about having certified managers employed with it as a best practice. And so when I put all these numbers into place, it looks like there'd only be about half of the time there'd only be one person on duty in Winton. Is that what you see when you read through this?
There only needs to be one person on duty. It is a requirement under the Act to have somebody who holds a current certification to be on duty at all times that alcohol is for sale and supply. And if they employ everybody and they have agreed to an undertaking in this regards, that employees will be holding a manager certificates, then those rosters will be adequate.
Okay. The reason I brought that up, as I was talking about, they've put this forward as their management of the proposal. So that's what I relied upon, is what they say they're going to do. So, and then we find that there's something different. So I'm not sure how that fits, because I don't know how any of this fits really, but I'm looking at this and going, if I look at this information, to me, it looks like self-assessment rather than external verification.
External verification can only come about once the license has been agreed to by the committee, because they can't therefore employ people into those positions who are suitable until that has been agreed. So yes, it is a bit of, we agree to this, if it's approved, then they need to match that before it gets issued. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That was my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Fraser, have you got any questions you wish to ask?
I have one question. It probably is actually more a community board one. Would that be allowable?
Well, you had your community board one before.
Yeah, that's okay. I can ask it as a personal level because I raised the same issue. I'm just wondering, Amber, are you aware that there was a presentation to council about litter and rubbish in the central Southland area, and that was presented to the entire elected members last year?
And last year to the
to the elected members.
No, I was not aware of that. What month was that? So I can go back and review, please.
I'm unsure of the exact month, but I can track that down and find out when it was. But certainly, and I'm sure the committee will remember because it was quite a passionate talk, complete with photos. And so, well, I guess the question is, the 0800 number is a great system. It is certainly not the only way that the messages are conveyed to council. And so would you agree that messages could be not recorded in that system that have been communicated?
Yes, absolutely. If there was a way that properties can be tagged in some reports moving forward, or for it to go on some property reports, then it would be more easily found when we were doing our research in regards to applications of the such.
Yeah. So are you suggesting that as I drove at our break at lunchtime, I drove down the street and actually saw a piece of rubbish, and I thought, oh, there's a piece of rubbish, because it was on the topic of my head, and I saw it sitting there. As I came back with my son, and I thought I was going to stop, and I thought I was going to stop with him because it would set a good example, and it would teach him about picking up rubbish. When I came back, that piece of rubbish was gone. Are you suggesting that the community needs to notify council every time they pick up a piece of rubbish so that we have a good record of that in cases such as this?
No, not necessarily, but it would be if it's something that the community board saw fit that they took note of these matters when they occur. They were mentioned during the board, your board meetings. Then feedback was then given in a lump sum, you could say, response that could be recorded in our RFS system as, hey, we've noticed an increase in litter over the previous month around this area. We've had so many people, these incidents occurring. We're taking care of it, but we want to have this on record. That would be an appropriate way to record those.
So there may not be an increase. It might just be what is happening. It's quite likely as well that it hasn't gone up, it hasn't gone down, but there is rubbish out there.
Yeah, and it's a good way to find a baseline of where we're at so that you can record, look in 12 months' time and see if there has been any increase or decrease.
Thank you.
Okay, any committee questions? Thanks. Councillor Home. Amber, just one point I noticed. You mentioned the statistics, the Southland District statistics on the income per capita. I think it's on page 80. Does those figures, from your knowledge, do they cover Winton Township, or do they cover that wider area that we were talking about earlier?
They would cover the wider area. They were from the Statistics New Zealand website, which from the 2018 information. So it would be from the area that is covered, not just the immediate township, probably a slightly wider area.
Thank you. I've got no other questions. So thank you, Ms. Judd. Thank you. So it's now gone just on 5 o'clock. The next witness is Sergeant McNaught from the police, but due to the time that may take with questions, I think we should adjourn and reconvene tomorrow. So it's 9:30 we're down for, isn't it? So thank you all for your participation today, and we will see you in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.